was wild. My wife was in surgery for 10 hours, and before the surgery, the surgeon told me, he goes, halfway through, I'll probably stop and get lunch. I don't need to know that. Why even tell me that? Was he afraid I was gonna run into him in the cafeteria? What are you doing here? I get these cravings. Those Snickers commercials are true. But he was a great brain surgeon. We learned later on that he's like the best. I don't know how they determine the best brain surgeon. You know, maybe there's a competition. America's Got Tumors. Heidi Klum thought he was the best. The best brain surgeon. Isn't it enough that someone's a brain surgeon? None of us could even get in med school. A brain surgeon goes
I like my sandwiches with alfalfa sprouts. Well, you're not in the fucking club. I went to a pizzeria, I ordered a slice of pizza. The fucker gave me the smallest slice possible. If the pizza was a pie chart for what people would do if they found $1 million, the fucker gave me the donate it to charity slice. I would like to exchange this for the keep it. Gotta have a drink here.
Everything was slower back in the old days because they didn't have enough to do, so they had to slow things down to fill the time. I don't know if you read history, but back then people would wake up and go, oh God, it's the old times. Oh shit, I gotta wear all those layers. There's no Zyrtec or nothing. Okay, we gotta think of some weird, slow activities to fill the day. And they did. Have you ever seen like old film from the past? Of people just like waving at a ship? Like, what if I called you now to do that? Hey, what are you doing Monday at 10 a.m.? All right, there's a Norwegian cruise line leaving from Martinique. Here's my plan. You and me get very dressed up, including hats, and then we wave handkerchiefs at it till it disappears over the horizon. No, I don't know anyone on the ship.
One thing that my parents and I have in common is that we're all addicted to cable news because they treat every story with the same level of importance, and there's like laser sound effects. It'll be like, "Pachoo!" Or your kid's having sex at the mall. I don't even have kids. I'm like, are they? I gotta make sure they're not having sex at the mall. Like fun are they having sex at the mall? And then it'll be like, "Pachoo!" And surgeons blow up truck. I'm like, wow, really puts the mall sex in perspective. That is much worse than mall sex. A lot of people get down on Fox News, but it's like, you know, I feel like at least with Fox News, you know it's not true. It's like watching a murder mystery. You're like, so if that didn't happen and that didn't happen, then what did happen?
When I go to the grocery store and I see a guy pushing 30 shopping carts across the parking lot, sometimes I say, you know, somebody else might want to use one of those. Last time I went to the grocery store, I caused a lot of commotion because I tried to buy that thing at the register that separates your food from the other guy's. No, I need this. You don't know what it's like where I live. I went into a store and asked the woman if she had anything to put underneath the coasters. I told her my coasters were marking up my tables. The woman started crying. Then I went into another store and asked them if they had any maps that weren't aerial views. That guy was weeping openly. Then I said to him, was the blue the sky or the water? He said, just get out of my store. When I was little, my grandmother said, Stephen, come over here. I said, what do you mean? She said, you know, you're over there. Now come over here. She said, here's $5, and don't tell your mother that I'm giving this to you. I said, it'll cost you more than that. I remember when I was a fetus, I used to sneak out at night when my mother was sleeping. I thought to myself, you know, now's the time I should start stealing some stuff. Now that they don't have any fingerprints.
No, I'd be a lot better off if I would have studied more when I was growing up, you know? But you know where it all went wrong was the day they started the spelling bee. Because up until that day, I was an idiot, but nobody else knew, you know? And the spelling bee day, you know, popped up.
All right, kids, up against a wall. It's time for public humiliation.
Spell a word wrong, sit down in front of your friends. You know, that's great for little egos. Hey, look at me, I'm a moron. I wasn't even close. I was using numbers and stuff. That's why I admired that kid who spelled it wrong on purpose so he could sit down, you know? He knew he wasn't gonna win, so why stand there for 3 hours? First round, cat, K-A-T, I'm out of here. Then as he passed you, I know there's 2 T's. I remember my teacher asked me, Brian, what's the I before E rule? I before E, always. What are you, an idiot, Brian? Apparently. So she explains it, no, Brian, it's I before E, except after C, and when sounding like A, as a neighboring way, and on weekends and holidays, and all throughout May, and you'll always be wrong, no matter what you say. That's a hard rule. That's a rough rule. Plurals were hard, too. Brian, how do you make a word a plural? You put a S. You put a S at the end of it. When? On weekends and holidays. No, Brian, no, let me show you. So she asked this kid who knew everything, Erwin, what is he plural for ox? Oxen. The farmer used his oxen. Brian, what? Brian, what's the plural for box? Boxen. I bought 2 boxen of donuts. Oh, no, Brian, no. Let's try another one. Erwin, what is he plural for? Goose. Geese. I saw a flock of geese. Brian, what? Brian, what's the plural for moose? Moosin. I saw a flock of moosin. There are many of them, much moosin. Out in the woods, in the woodsin. The meat's wanting the food. Food is to eating, is it? The meat's wanting the food and in the wooding in, is it? And the food in the wooding, is it? Brian, you're an imbecile. Imbecilin'. What, are you speaking German, Brian? Jermaine, Jackson 5, Tito. Brian, what the hell are you talking about? I don't know, really. I think the worst day was the day the science project was due. Waking up that morning, that was fun, huh? Yeah. Your head would pop off your pillow. Oh, no. That's due today. I had 9 months to work on it. I did nothing. I have a cardboard box. A boxing. And you'd show up, you're scared because you don't have anything good, and you find out all the other kids, their parents made theirs for them. I hated that, you know? They're backing them in on flatbed trucks. One kid with a volcano. He didn't have to zip up his own pants, but he built a volcano. You had to swing that. I don't know what to do for my project, so I brought in a paper cup filled with dirt, just hoping she'd know I'm an idiot and just walk right on past me. Just as long as I was holding something. What do you have there, Brian? It's a cup of dirt. Just put an F on there and let me go home. Well, explain it. Well, it's a cup with dirt in it. I call it cup of dirt. You should move on now. You should go ahead and move on. Head on down the line there. So she went to this one kid. There was a kid in my class. He made the same solar system like 19 years in a row, you know? Bunch of styrofoam balls held together with coat hangers. Hey, you're breaking some new ground there, Copernicus. He's going, the big yellow one's the sun. The yellow one is the sun. Okay, all right, what are these other planets? The big yellow one is the sun. All right, calm down. All right!
The new crisp and refreshing Heineken Silver only has 3.2 carbs and 95 calories, and a taste that has no bitter endings. It's like all the fun of a friend's house party, but none of the, wait, tell me your name again? Like all the rainy days, but none of the canceled plans. Heineken Silver always ends on a high note and never on a bitter one. That's all the taste, with no bitter endings. Click here to order now at Heineken.com/silver. Must be 21 plus to purchase. Please enjoy Heineken responsibly.
At Kroger, you can find the highest quality products at a great price in every aisle, every day with Kroger brand. So you can stock up on your household favorites that are tried, tested, and loved by you. Because when you get the products you love at great prices, it feels like winning. Shop now, in-store, or online. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Simply the best. Better than all the rest.
Hi, my name is Jasmine, and a little thing I love about Chick-fil-A spicy chicken biscuit is how it gives me a kickstart to my morning. I put honey on the biscuit because it gives you a nice sweet heat. It's the perfect treat.
Hi, my name is Robert, and a little thing I love about Chick-fil-A spicy chicken biscuit is the chicken. The outside is crispy, the inside is succulent. Once you put it all together, chef's kiss.
Order the spicy chicken biscuit on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real Chick-fil-A guests paid for their testimonials.
2 years ago, she signed us up for a health club. She thought that would be fun. That'll be fun. 2 years, I've been there once. Drive by it every day. It's right on the way to Cinnabon. I had to go in for an orientation program, right? My orientator, Todd, came out. Todd. Hi, Jeff, I'm 2% body fat Todd. Well, hi, 2%, I'm 80% mushy Jeff. And he flexed and he went, Nautilus did that. Oh, yeah? Well, Haagen-Dazs is doing this. What do you think of that? First question he asked me, how long has it been since I had an exercise program? Well, let me ponder that one, Tado. Yeah, 48, that would make it 48 years, 9 months. My mom said I was so lazy they had to induce labor to get me moving. So Todd looks at me with a straight face. He goes, well, you might want to start out a little slow. So I'm sleeping with ankle weights on right now. Never know, you might roll over and burn a calorie or two. Come on, we'd all exercise if the weight we gain was in a more uncomfortable place on our bodies. Where do we gain weight? Our stomachs and our bodies. It's not in our way, is it? A couple pounds on your forehead, that would get you to a gym, wouldn't it? Man, I can't see nothing. People would be laughing at you too, wouldn't they? Hey, Skullmaster, you want a Krispy Kreme? Ah, it goes right to my head.
I would do anything for my wife, but I'm not a romantic person. I wish I was. There are moments when it's glaringly obvious. I get to travel so much doing stand-up. I did a show in Cologne, Germany, and before the show, I was walking over this bridge that went across the Rhine River, and as I walked across, I noticed there were hundreds of locks on this bridge, and each of the locks had 2 initials. And it was apparent that couples had put their lock there as a symbol of their relationship. And I looked at it and I thought, that's perfect. Nothing captures love like a rusty padlock dangling over filthy water. But it was visually spectacular, and it affected me. I'm almost embarrassed to admit this. I found myself spending the next hour just kind of looking for a hardware store in this town I had never been in. I spent an hour looking, and eventually I found a hardware store. I went in, and I bought a bolt cutter. And I went back and I started snipping off the locks. And with each snip I said, it's over. Over. You're free. And people were giving me dirty looks. Now, what a grand romantic gesture, right? But you know the first guy who did that was a psycho. Like, his partner or girlfriend was not a willing participant. He was like, you're probably wondering why I brought you to the middle of the bridge. In March, I'm gonna do something you'll never ever forget. She was like, oh my gosh, are you gonna jump? No, I wanna put this lock here. I'll put it here as a symbol of our love. And soon others will do it. And the bridge will be covered with locks. But you'll know that the first lock was a symbol of our love. And the woman was like, is that my bike lock? Not anymore. Jim, that's a sad story.
I love the craziness of like New York. A lot of homeless people everywhere. That's great. They're everywhere though, like all over the country. They travel really good. And you go by, you ever see homeless, because you see them asleep on the sidewalk, and I always feel bad, but every time I go, a homeless guy is asleep, I always notice they go to bed at a very reasonable hour. Just walk by. You'll be like 9 o'clock. You're like, that guy's gonna get a solid 8 hours. I'm gonna toss and turn. He'll be to work on time, you know? One homeless guy, he asked me for money, and I was like, all right, here. And I gave him money, and he was like, it's good to give money, man. This could happen to you. You could be homeless by tomorrow. And I was like, I don't know about by tomorrow. I was like, I have a lot of friends and family, you know? Like, I have to get rid of all of them in 20... I don't have time to do that. I would have to kill them all, and then I would just go to jail. I still wouldn't even be homeless. So I don't even think I could be homeless, you know? It'd take a long time. Very forced. Maybe that's what his message was. Maybe that was good. I don't know.
Now, it's cool doing comedy because I get to travel. I travel all over the world doing comedy. I was in Nebraska for some reason. I noticed that some of the airports, they don't have enough security. One airport didn't even have a real metal detector. It was just a lady standing there with an attitude. He looked like he got something. Beep. Did you just say beep? This is gonna stop me. Excuse me, Michael Jr., we're gonna have to use a wand on you. I was like, all right, that's cool, and I spread my arms out. This little dude named Juan came over and started frisking me.
Please put your hands together for Mr. Mike Birbiglia, everybody.
Oh, you didn't have to. How are ya? Nice to see ya. John got my last name right. It's Birbiglia. Everyone gets it wrong. When telemarketers call, they'll be like, good afternoon, may I speak with Mr. Oh, man. Gabigaboo. So I just have to spell it on the phone like it's B as in boy, I-R, B again, I-G-L-I-A. I wish my last name were just boy. I'd be like, it's B as in boy, and then the rest of the word boy. I'm Italian. My family's not real Italian. We're like Olive Garden Italian. Sometimes people come up to me, they'll be like, in Italy it's pronounced Birbiglia. I'm like, in America, you're annoying. It's a hard name to have growing up. The kids would call me names like Birbigglebug and Birbibliography and Faggot. I was an altar boy when I was a kid, and the answer is no, I wasn't. And I think it's because they knew I was a talker. And also, I was so bad at it, I think they thought, well, if he's this bad at lighting candles. Very ambitious as a child. I wanted to be a comedian or a rapper or the owner of a pizza restaurant where third graders could hang out. Those are my goals. And it surprises people that I want to be a comedian because I'm just very awkward in my life. I have a habit of making awkward situations even more awkward. Like, I was moving a new bed into my apartment recently, and this woman who lived in the building opened the front door for me with her key, and she goes, I'm not worried because a rapist wouldn't have a bed like that. Now, what I should have said was nothing. What I did say was you'd be surprised. And there's nothing you can say after that. You're just like, whatever. See her on the building, you know, that kind of thing. It's hard not to end up in awkward conversations because every topic is off limits. Like, you can't talk about movies anymore. Like, I was talking to this girl, and I was like, I hated that movie. And then she was like, that movie was the reason I stopped cutting myself. And then I had to pull it back. I'm like, it was pretty good. I liked the ending when she didn't cut herself. I thought that was redemptive.
Summer is just about over, which means it's time for a vacation. A vacation for your lawn, that is. Summer heat and humidity take a toll on your grass, but aeration and seeding from Virginia Green can help it recover. We use the latest equipment to double-core aerate your soil and a proprietary weed-free seed that produces a healthy green lawn. So this fall, give your lawn a vacation with Virginia Green. Get your free estimate today at virginiagreen.com.
So what does your child need to do this summer?
Hang out with friends more?
Well, yeah.
Sit back and chill?
And sure, there's that too. But between all that, there's one thing every kid should do this summer. They need to get to a doctor and dentist for a checkup. That way, they'll be all ready for a healthy start to the new school year. To find out more, go to vdh.virginia.gov because summertime is checkup time for a healthier back to school. A message from the Virginia Department of Health.
Live from the DAR Constitution Hall, it's the hilarious duo, Colin Jost and Michael Che. Saturday Night Live's Weekend Update hosts, Colin Jost and Michael Che, are bringing their live comedy show to DAR Constitution Hall on Friday, September 15th. Tickets are on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Act fast. This is a can't-miss show. Get your tickets now at Ticketmaster.com.
Next week, I'm going to have an MRI to find out whether or not I have claustrophobia. In school, they told me practice makes perfect, and they told me nobody's perfect, so then I stopped practicing. Here's some of my answers to some everyday questions. Excuse me, sir, do you know what time it is? No, I'm not from around here. Excuse me, do you know where the train station is? Probably near the tracks. Sometimes when I'm over someone's house and no one's in the kitchen, I like to write things on that to-do list they have on the refrigerator. Memorize distances to all other planets. Adopt baby, then sell on black market. You ever notice when a house burns down, the only thing left standing is the fireplace in the chimney? How's that for evidence? I bought a new camera. It's very advanced. You don't even need it. Why are the pictures square if the lens is round? I bought a new phone. The first thing I did was push redial. The phone started having a nervous breakdown. The phone was twitching like this. I don't have this information. I bought an iPod. It can either hold 5,000 songs or one telephone message from my mother. They say you're not supposed to put metal in a microwave oven. They're right. I'm missing a wall in my kitchen. Today I was talking to myself. I was very polite and cordial, but I could tell I was lying. Under my breath, I said, "You're full of shit." Then I said, "What?" Then I said, "Nothing." You know, if heat rises, heaven might be hotter than hell. I'm thinking on buying a plasma television in case I need a blood transfusion. That way I can mainline 150 channels right into my arm. That way they can do my autopsy via satellite. I have a CD burner, my fireplace. A friend of mine is a pilot. We were going to go somewhere in his car, and for absolutely no reason, he waited 45 minutes before he backed out of his driveway. I have another pair of pants just like these. Except they're red with green stripes and they're shorts. Last night I was in a restaurant called Bulimia's. The line for the bathroom was incredible.
You gotta be careful when you get pregnant now, because you may not even have one. You may not even have one, you may have a lot. Like, people are having a lot at a time, you know what I mean? Like, oh, you're pregnant, and it's a bushel, you're having a bushel. Or a gaggle, or one of the two. People have two babies, I don't even like that. One, I accept that, whatever. Two, that's too many. Two's too many. Twins, it's uncomfortable. Why twins? Why are you making two? You're making two people? The amount of people it takes to make people? That's a lot. When does this end? I don't know what's going on in there for 9 months. What are these twins doing? Just by themselves, plotting, most likely. That's what I'd say. They have two separate twin sacks? Do they have one umbilical cord with a splitter like you're stealing cable from a neighbor? Can you pinch it off and get a good hit later? You know? No, turkey burger. I've been on an IV. The twins don't even look alike sometimes. They come out, they look weird, different. It's like, why do you look different? You're made at the same time, with the same people, and the same song playing. You come out looking different? Good luck with that Doublemint commercial. We're twins. Want to use the devil. Back off. If you were making muffins, and you put the muffin pan in the oven, and one of them came out blueberry, and one of them was just some dude named John, you wouldn't just be like, oh, that's how it happens sometimes. That was weird. I don't like it.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Jeff Allen.
Thank you. It is nice to be home. I was in Arizona the past week. By the way, this is not the time of year to go to Arizona. You certainly don't want to fall for that dry heat stuff they give you. Doesn't feel 118, now it feels 225, trust me. I was over in Sun City, the retirement community. I don't know if anybody's been there, but the seniors drive golf carts and everything, licensed by the state. I only mention it because I saw one overturned in a ditch. Some of you are as sick as I am, because that was my reaction to that tragedy. Come on, man, someone lost control of a golf cart. What point do you voluntarily give up your driver's license? Walk in, I quit, can't even drive a car. How'd you like get the black box back from that accident? The pedal's stuck, I'm doing 11, no, 12. I'm up to 14, I can't hang on. Tell the wife I love her. That'd be great for the cops, they can just kind of run next to it. Come on, Pops, pull it over. Where you going? Got you doing a 9 and a 6, what's the rush? Come on.
If my dad was here, he would demand that you laugh. You wouldn't have an option. He'd be like, start laughing. He used to demand that we'd be in a good mood. He'd be like, go out there and be in a good mood. My dad, it's a funeral. I don't give a shit. Go over there and stand next to the casket. My dad doesn't understand technology. I've lived alone for 10 years. I've had the same outgoing answering machine message, which is, hi, this is Jim, please leave a message. To this day, if I'm not home, my dad will leave the same message on my answering machine. I go, beep. Hello. Hello. Tell Jim his dad called. Who's he talking to? Yeah, Dad, my answering machine told me he called. I would have called earlier, but the toaster told me I was hungry. It's insane. He's retired. Ever since my dad retired, he gets on crazes. Like his latest craze is butter. I'm not making this up. I was talking to him. He's like, Jim, I've just had the best butter of my life. I'm like, Dad, you need something to do. Because butter's not that important. Then he proceeded to inform me that the butter was made by the Amish. Of course, he meant the Amish. But he's always had his own language. One time he asked me, he goes, Jim, have you ever been to Cancun? Yeah, Dad, what travel agent are you using? He's mellowed out a little bit. He used to be so intense. When I was getting ready for college, he sat me down and he goes, Jim, I'm not sending you to college so you get drunk and flunk out. Well, then I'm not going. You're gonna have to send a neighbor. What is this, Russia? That's silly. He will treat you to things, my dad, but not necessarily things you want. He'll be like, tomorrow we're getting up at 5 a.m., sitting in a boat for 12 hours till your head turns a bright beet red. Happy birthday. He always wants to suggest things for my act. So every now and then he'll call me over there. Jim, here's a really cute story for your act. I was shoveling 2 weeks ago when the gloves I had fell apart. So I call up those bastards at Sears. Just then, call waiting breaks in. It's your brother. His wife's just given birth to a beautiful baby girl. Jim, why don't you use that in your act? Yeah, Dad, I think my answering machine wants to talk to you. He wants to come to New York. My dad's never been to New York. I could just see him dealing with some Egyptian cab driver. Okay, Mohammed. I don't speak hieroglyphics. Let's go to the Empire State Building, you bastard. It's crazy. It sounds like he comes from a crazy family.
Tonight's gonna be epic. July 27th.
Mesmer, the hypnotist, has arrived!
I'm actually down with hypnotism. A Disney original movie.
Tonight, be your most authentic selves. 3, 2, 1.
What just happened? I don't remember anything. The night they can't remember. Where is Anna Maria? All we need to do is follow the clues. With friends they'll never forget. We gotta do this. For Anna Maria! The Slumber Party, a Disney original movie. Now available on Disney+.
Getting my groceries delivered through Instacart helps me make the most of my Sunday. My pancakes with the kids day, my whole family in their pajamas day, my no work, no school kind of day, my day to get everything I need delivered in as fast as an hour through Instacart. Less time shopping, more time Sundaying. Visit instacart.com to get free delivery on your first 3 orders. Offer valid for a limited time, $10 minimum per order. Additional terms apply.
Nature has evolved powerful bug-fighting abilities over billions of years.
There's a cockroach on the floor. Get out of here!
Well,
except for humans. That's why STEM Bug Killer looked to nature, isolating powerful active ingredients found in plants that target nerves bugs have, but people don't. So it's safe to use as directed around people and pets. STEM Bug Killer, rooted in nature, optimized by science. Visit stemforbugs.com to learn more.
Of course, our TVs are now filled up with election stuff. I don't know why anyone would ever want to be the president of the United States. I wouldn't want that job in a million years. Can you imagine being awakened every morning like this? Problems. All kinds of problems. But people are seeking it out. People I've never seen before, behind podiums. And the very first thing they say, I'm already confused. I'm forming a presidential exploratory committee. Oh, are ya? What the hell is that? Is that committee gonna come back with information that guy wasn't aware of? Okay, here's what we found out. It's a 4-year job. 4 years? Yeah, and you gotta be in charge of everything. Well, I don't want to do that. It's a good thing you sent us out first. We met Lewis and Clark out on our expedition.
I was a good athlete. When I was younger, I was a quarterback. I thought I might make it to the pros. A lot of people thought I might make it to the pros, but I blew my knee out when I was in kindergarten. And just had to switch gears, change careers. I remember my first day of kindergarten. I was thinking about it the other day. It's been a long time, but I still remember. Does anybody else remember that? Yeah? You were there? You were at my first day of kindergarten? That's right, you haven't changed a bit. A little bit taller, but... You know what, I remember my mom. She didn't tell me anything. I got no... She just said, get in there, they're gonna feed you a little bit later. That's all she told me. I didn't know what was going on. They started teaching the alphabet. I thought they were reading off the menu. A is for apple? No. B is for banana? Not interested. C is for cake? Cake. Cake. D is for dog? What the heck kind of place is this? I don't want to eat dog. E is for elephant? I don't want that either. And I didn't know the answer to the first question. I was kind of scared, and I just sat there quiet. The teacher asked me a question. I just sat there scared, and she came up and started screaming at me. The first day, she's going, are you dense? Just tell us, are you dense or what? I said, it's pronounced Dennis. Okay. Get it right. Then at the end of the day, there's an announcement over the loudspeaker that said, all pedestrians get to leave 5 minutes early. The teacher comes up and says, Dennis, you're a pedestrian, aren't you? I said, no, I'm not. I'm a Catholic. But if I can get out 5 minutes early, I'll convert to pedestrianism. I will convert. I didn't like school. I never liked school.
I think there's too many cameras right now. Like, you go to buy something, everything's also a camera. They'll be like, it's also a camera. I'm like, I just wanted a grapefruit. They're like, it's a camera grapefruit. You take pictures of yourself eating the grapefruit, and then you eat the camera, you poop the pictures. Oh my God, that is the opposite of what I wanted. They keep combining stuff. My brother got me a cell phone Palm Pilot in one, because I'm a ninja, and I dropped it on the ground and the screen broke, so now it's just a phone the size of a laptop. Technology's moving so fast, it's to the point you can make stuff up and people believe you. You can be like, have you seen the new Sony teleporter? People be like, no, but I heard about it. I end up saying that all the time. No, but I heard about it. It means I haven't heard about it, but I like you.
I have a half-twin. I also have a Siamese stepson. friend of mine is on the Ouija board of directors. My doctor told me I shouldn't work out anymore until I'm in better shape. I said, all right, don't send me a bill until I pay you. I was in 3rd grade when they told me there was a skeleton inside of me, and it freaked me out. From then on, every Halloween, I went door to door naked. Don't think of the skin, don't think of the skin. That was the same year she asked us if we could be any animal in the world, what animal we want to be, and I raised my hand. I said, a bird, and she said, why, so you could fly? And I said, no, so my shit would be white. The teacher started crying. One of my grandfathers died when he was a little boy. Lately, I've been trying to feel healthier, so I've been eating a lot of vitamins, but I don't know. How many vitamins you have to eat before you feel full? One good thing about it, though, the color of my urine is amazing. It's like going to a laser show. I go in there, I shut the lights off, I put Pink Floyd on. So I called up the airline to make a reservation. They said, how many will be traveling? I said, how do I know? It's your plane. I bought one walkie-talkie. Didn't want anyone to hear what I was saying. I'm addicted to placebos. I could quit, but it wouldn't matter. I'm also part of the Jehovah's Witness Protection Program. You have to go door to door and tell everybody I'm somebody else.
Watch this. Knock, knock. See, this is like a really diverse audience. White people are like, who's there? Black people are like, go to the side door. We do a lot of things different. A lot of things. Two white guys walking down the street right toward one another. You make eye contact. You don't really want to speak, so you make some sort of gesture. What's that gesture? Exactly. You smile. Tilt your head down. Brothers, we do just the opposite. We frown. Tilt our head up. My boy back in Michigan, his parents are interracial. He don't know what to do.
And everything. I'll tell you what, I grew up in America, and I know before the lawyers took over, where if a kid wanted to maim himself, we had a lot of ways of maiming ourselves. Remember BB gun fights? Remember those? What do you shoot beer cans for about an hour, and one kid goes, we can shoot each other. And everybody in our neighborhood had them CO2 gas-powered pistols. My mother gets me a Daisy 1 pump. Familiar with that? Guys know what I'm talking about. Went about 6 feet with an arc. Hit a sparrow in the head once, didn't even wake the bird up. My buddy's had them CO2, them things go through concrete. My Daisy wouldn't penetrate Cool Whip. And my dad calls up, wanting to buy my son a BB gun. That's what he said, can I get you boys BB guns? I said, yeah, and pick his little brother up a set of glass eyes. My son goes, I won't shoot my brother. I said, if you didn't shoot your brother, I'd have you in for a psychiatric evaluation. I shot my sister so many times, she told her husband that her cellulite was BB wounds for me. And he believed her, so who's the moron in this conversation? What you did to your sister's thighs.
I don't mean to sound down on donating. It's good to give to charities, you know? My wife and I just gave a bunch of stuff to the Goodwill. We were moving apartments, we had a bunch of clothes and furniture, so we made a whole day out of it. We made these big piles of clothes, then we put the piles into these big boxes, then we put the boxes into the back of my car, and then they stayed there for 4 months. And then one day my wife said, hey, you took that stuff to Goodwill, right? And I said, of course I did. On an unrelated note, I'm gonna walk out the front door right now. So then I had to speed to Goodwill really fast. So it was charitable, but it was also fast and violent because I was throwing boxes at people. The boxes were so heavy I couldn't even say what was in them. I was like, this one's shirts. I got a bunch of shirts. Take it away. The guy tried to give me a big receipt. He's like, take this receipt for the clothing for your taxes. I was like, how do I write that on my taxes? Dear IRS, please deduct from my federal income tax 1 XXL Billabong t-shirt from youth. It was too big. My mom said it could be a sleep shirt. Please deduct this from my 2017 income. That's sleep shirt bullshit. Well, if it's too big, you can just wear it as a sleep shirt. No, I get that, Mom. But why don't we just tell our relatives that I'm a 4-year-old boy and I don't wear a man's XXL t-shirt? Because we don't say that when someone gives us a gift, because that would not be polite. Oh, I get it. So rather than violate these meaningless politeness rules, I'll just go to bed in a smock like goddamn Ebenezer Scrooge. Why don't you give me a candle for looking in the mirror and a floppy hat, and I'll tremble off to bed in my long Victorian nightgown. Was there ever even a ghost mother? Or was the dead Victorian girl you saw just me all along?
At Catholic University, we have a legacy of academic accomplishment in graduate education. Our top-ranked programs, including nursing and social work, prepare individuals to be of service to others and a light to the world. Pursue your passion and advance your career. Classes start August 28, 2023. Online and on-campus classes available. Tap the banner to learn more about graduate programs at Catholic University.
It's summer, and school might be the furthest thing from your children's mind right now. But as a parent or guardian, school needs to be top of mind for you, especially when it comes to doctor checkups and immunizations. Because if your child doesn't have the required immunizations for kindergarten, 7th, and 12th grade, they might not be able to start school on time. So reach out to your child's doctor and schedule a checkup. And go to vdh.virginia.gov to learn more. A healthy back to school starts now. A message from the Virginia Department of Health.
Digging season is here. Before you put a shovel in the ground to install that new mailbox or fence, don't forget to contact 811. Contractors, excavators, and homeowners must contact 811 by phone or online before starting any digging project to have underground utility lines marked. Damaging these lines can cause injuries, utility service interruption, property damage, civil penalties, or worse. So dig with care. Contact 811 before you dig. Allow the time required for marking, respect the marks, and then excavate carefully. Learn more at virginianaturalgas.com.
I was a pretty stupid kid also. I used to get talked into making crank calls, you know? My older brothers and friends would just stand around me. Okay, Brian, make some crank calls. Make some crank calls. And I get all nervous and mess them up. Do you have frog legs? No, do you serve them? No, do you have them? You're stupid. Brian, relax, man. You gotta relax when you make the crank calls. Do another one, concentrate. Is your refrigerator running? It's not. Oh. It's not. It's not. No, it's not. Okay, you have a good day now. You take clock. Brian, do this one. Read it so you don't mess it up. Do you have Prince Albert in the can? You do? Well, then you better take him out because he is suffocating. He wants to know what that hang up. You're stupid! You stupid person!
I saw this on the sign outside McDonald's, the big sign, the marquee or whatever. It said, now hiring, apply inside. Yeah, apply inside. Apparently they've determined that there's a big problem. Big problem with potential employees just driving right by. You know, it's just potential. Yeah, I'd like to get a job at that McDonald's, but where do you go to apply? I don't know. I think you go downtown to the sheriff's department. It's all political. It's who you know. Sometimes they put this now hiring, inquire within. That's pretty fancy language for a Taco Bell, isn't it? Did you ever talk like that? It's like Shakespeare wrote the damn sign. I just want to go in there. Is the manager within? Oh manager, wherefore art thou, manager? Surely within the confines of these walls? To make chalupas or not to make chalupas? I was here yesterday to no avail. Inquire within. Inquire within. I guess when you're gonna quit, you got to give them your fortnight notice. You know. I shan't be returning. I shan't be back. Oh, what?
So when I was a kid, it was this bear that would walk in the front door of my house. And as an adult, it was this jackal that would hover above my bed. Well, the sleepwalking got worse. Abby and I graduated from school and we moved to Brooklyn. We had a very small apartment, but it was comfy, you know. We had a big puffy couch and 2 cats, and we made our first major purchase. We bought a TiVo. And one night I had a dream that I was in the Olympics for some kind of arbitrary event, like dustbustering. And they told me that I got 3rd place. And I stood up on the 3rd place podium, and I'm feeling pretty good about myself. I'm new to the sport, you know. Even in my dreams, I don't win, per se. In my wildest dreams, I place. And they say, actually, we reconsidered and we decided that you got 2nd place. And I move over to the 2nd place podium and it starts wobbling. And it's wobbling and wobbling. And I wake up and I'm falling off the top of our 5-foot bookcase in our living room. And I land on the floor hard on top of our TiVo. I know. And it breaks into pieces. And it was like one of these stories you hear where people black out drinking and they wake up in Idaho, they don't know where they are. They're just like, oh no!
the string. They make string, but they never advertise. If I ever did a commercial, it would be for string. Hi, if you need to get some string, get this string. It's the greatest string in the world. It's almost rope. But it's not, it's string. And you can cut it up into different lengths and tie stuff up with it and stuff. I don't know what you're gonna do with it, just get it. Yesterday I returned a movie. The people at the theater were pissed. So I rented a movie, I put it in DVD player, and before the movie starts it says, this film has been modified to fit your television. Can you imagine if it wasn't? All you'd see is like a knuckle.
Thank you. Wow. Wow. Sorry. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. It's, I'll be honest with you, I don't think the show's gonna be as good as that. Like, I think I will let you guys down. Thank you guys so much. That was unbelievable. You guys are great. And it's just, I feel like we've peaked, so let's just get doing it, something. All right. I'm very excited to be here. My name is Nate. I'm married and stuff. This is what marriage feels like, by the way, what it feels like in here right now. It's just one person talking, the other's like, I'm gonna get out of here. I'm from Nashville, and me and my wife, we were in Nashville last summer, and we went out on the lake with some of our friends, and we were like floating around the water, and there was a guy in a boat like right next to us, and my wife was like, oh, that's my ex-boyfriend in that boat. Now, I didn't know who he was, so she didn't have to say that at all, She was just basically like, you having fun? Because I like to put a stop to that. And make you stare at this guy the rest of the day. So I'm like staring at him, and then I look at my wife, and she's staring at him, and I feel like she's staring at him to see what her life would be like if she didn't marry me. So I started staring at him because I was like, I'm gonna see what my life would be like if I didn't marry her, And we were putting so much pressure on this guy, and we stared at him for a while. He did nothing exciting at all. And, we looked back at each other and just realized, you know what, we don't have a boat. That's the only difference. My friends were like, you should have went and tried to fight him. Why didn't you go fight him? And I was like, well, I would have had to swim over to that fight. So I don't know how intimidating that is for a guy to see a head in a life jacket floating his way. And then I gotta get in the boat, Like, have you ever tried to climb into a boat from water? It's not aggressive. It takes an hour if no one is in the boat. Like, if he's in there, I'm never gonna get in. I would need his help. I'd be like, could you help me into this boat? I can't tell you why, but I really need in this boat.
Hey Spotifyers, click or tap the banner to listen to Hot Country. Today's top country hits of the week worldwide. Brought to you by Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2023 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
At Kroger, you can find the highest quality products at a great price in every aisle, every day with Kroger brand. So you can stock up on your household favorites that are tried, tested, and loved by you. Because when you get the products you love at great prices, it feels like winning. Shop now, in-store, or online. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Simply
Jeez, Dad, not the car again.
Oh, happens all the time with old Betsy.
Have you checked out Carvana yet? They have thousands of cars for under $20,000.
But do those thousands of cars have personality like old Betsy?
Betsy's held together by tape, and there are raccoons living in the engine.
It's a family car.
There are flames on the hood?
Custom paint job.
No, Dad, the car's on fire.
How many cars did you say Carvana had?
Visit Carvana.com to shop thousands of cars for under $20,000. We'll drive you happy at Carvana.
I don't know, it was really fun to watch. You ever watch the Telemundo soap operas? You ever seen those? Those are Telemundo Internacional. You read clicking? I mean, it's hilarious. I mean, Telemundo, you see those highlights of Menudo. All right, they got tight butts. I mean, my parents watch Telemundo all the time, but I mean, I can't even understand them. I mean, they talk so fast, you know. Dita manito de seda manito de cuota nanita de seda manito de cuota nanita. Dita manito de seda manito de cuota nanita de seda manito de cuota nanita de seda manito. Oye, teléfono. Hola, Cristina. Sí. Oh, cochino puto. Seda manito de cuota nanita de. Telemundo. I think I do every Telemundo soap opera. You guys seen the soap operas? Those are, because the women are very beautiful and they never cry. It's always the men who cry. They got that Telemundo kind of. Maria. Maria.
Oh, ay, ay, ay. Oh, ay, ay, ay.
Maria. 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 Fernando, mi amigo. Mr. Cucci Cucci. Juanito, cállate. ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué, María?
Juanito. Ay, ay, ay. Fernando. Muy grande. ¿Y tú? Chaquito.
I love what I do. I just got married, which is awesome, right? Have you ever been to a surprise wedding before? I'm glad I got married though, because before, I used to have to date in Los Angeles, and I don't know if you noticed or not, but some of the women are extremely materialistic. I don't know if you heard about that, but it's true. One woman, she asked me to buy her a Coach purse. You know how expensive a Coach purse is? So I got her an assistant coach. She couldn't even tell the difference either, but then the strap broke, right? And she tried to take it back to the real Coach store, man. She got arrested, man. She didn't call me for like 3 to 5 years after that. It's a jail joke. This is how you can tell a materialistic woman. I just asked this lady one time if she wanted to go out, and she tried to subliminally use words to figure out what type of vehicle I could afford. I was like, so you want to go out? She said, well, maybe we can go on some sort of expedition. I mean, if you can navigate your way to pick me up. And I wasn't spending no money on her, so I was like, oh, that's cool, because if you go with me, to the fiesta, I'll be more than happy to be your escort. We just gotta focus.
Although I like the daredevil thing, you know. I used to enjoy watching Evel Knievel, and I feel bad for him now. He's a little older, he doesn't jump, but he always does these talk shows, and every time he does one, they want to show him that footage where he fell off the motorcycle and bounced around like 83 times. That's what they show him. Hey, do you remember that day, Evel? Oh, no, I don't remember that. And they always ask him what he was thinking right before he hit the ground. What kind of question is that? What were you thinking right before you hit the ground, Evel? What were you thinking? I remember thinking, hey, did I turn off the iron? Then my leg cracked in half. Then I was thinking, hey, maybe I should get a puppy. What do you think I was thinking? I was thinking, ah! Ah! Something like that, if I remember right. Let me go back. Yeah. Ah! I believe those are my thoughts. I hope I've crystallized them for you.
You know, sometimes the teachers would say this, they'd say, there's no such thing as a stupid question. I liked it when they said, you know what I would do when they said that? I would raise my hand. Yes, Mrs. Baxter, is it possible for a 12-year-old boy to get pregnant from reading comic books? No? Oh, okay, I got some misinformation from my older brother. College was different though, and the college professors, they never said there was no such thing as a stupid question. You know why? Because they knew better than that. You don't get to be a college professor and still hold the belief there's no such thing as a stupid question, you know? So in college, I needed a different strategy, a different tactic, because I didn't want to study or do the assignments or anything like that. So I'd come up with smart questions that would make me sound smart to the teachers, you know, so when they were given the grades, they might think, hey. So I'd be like, yes, Professor, after perusing the copious reading assignments which you ungrudgingly designate as compulsory, it has become abundantly clear to me that the incipient, and might I say pandemic rise of quantitative easing in the post-holographic arena spawns a situation and, in fact, a conundrum in which the widespread growth of existential and even dystopian paradigms will threaten to dominate the landscape for the foreseeable future. Now, having said that, how would you therefore postulate a quid pro quo complexification from a nihilistic standpoint? And being broadly contemporaneous, would that postulation even be germane to the philosophical dogma of the period? And secondly, because this is really a two-part question.
I got a preoccupation with death. I got issues with death. I try and laugh about it. I went to a funeral recently and they handed out Kleenex at the beginning of the funeral, which I thought was a little cocky. You know, like wait till you get a load of this funeral. You're gonna cry and cry. She's so dead. And I bought a sympathy card for the funeral. I find a sympathy card is kind of an underwhelming gesture in a way. It's like saying, I know you're going through the deepest loneliness of your entire life, so here's a picture of a daffodil. I hope that works out for you. That's why I want to make my own line of sympathy cards. Like on the cover, I'd put a picture of a duck-billed platypus playing checkers with a rhinoceros, and then in the background, there's like a hot dog with arms, like holding up a lemonade stand at gunpoint, and you open it up, and it's like the world is messed up, man.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 85% water, right?
85% water?
Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Pass me the intercom thing.
Attention shoppers. If you want a real deal,
Try Tide Pods. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods.
Water content based on the Leading Bargain liquid detergent.
This back-to-school season, Tide and Downy are giving back with $1.5 million in scholarships. Enter to win. No purchase necessary. U.S. and D.C. 16 or older. End September 30th. Rules at tide.com/scholarship/official rules.
Hey y'all, my name is Tiara, and a little thing that I love about the Chick-fil-A Spicy Chicken Biscuit is that it has the perfect amount of spice to jumpstart my day. Whoever thought of it, thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Robert, and a little thing I love about Chick-fil-A Spicy Chicken Biscuit is the biscuit. It reminds me of my grandma's homemade biscuit. It's always buttery and savory. Then you add the spices, instant classic.
Order the Spicy Chicken Biscuit on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real Chick-fil-A guests paid for their testimonials.
Now, welcome to the Haunted Mansion. Come in. We have 999 happy haunts. That's oddly specific. But there's room for more.
Not today, Satan.
Which offers you this chilling challenge to find a way out.
I'm bona fide and qualified, and I can get rid of what died.
She gets a very solid Yelp score. Disney's Haunted Mansion. Rated PG-13. May be inappropriate for children under 13. Now in theaters.
I met this woman and I really liked her. As soon as I met her, all I could think of, I was wondering if there was such thing as the opposite of a restraining order. I liked her because she wasn't normal. She liked to dance really fast to very slow music, which I found very erotic, due to a head injury as a small boy. I was playing jacks way too fast. Her eyes were a little bit too close together, like the headlights on a Jeep. I used to call her AC, almost Cyclops. In her spare time, she liked to waste time. She was a mail-order bridesmaid. She would drink so much, she would slur her pauses. She lived in a beautiful house, had cathedral floors. You walk in, you just fall right down into the middle. We went out for about 6 months, then she left. She went back to school in Seattle. She was studying forensic astronomy. She wrote me this beautiful letter, and I read it. In the bottom, I crossed her name off, and I wrote my own name, and I sent it back to her. And I never heard from her ever again. Apparently, she didn't like what she wrote. The reason I'm so laid back is because in high school I smoked a lot of Ritalin. My problem is I was reincarnated without ever having been alive the first time. My nephew has HD-ADD, high definition attention deficit disorder. He can barely pay attention, but when he does, it's unbelievably clear. I saw an advertisement for some invisible fences. Thought that'll be perfect for my invisible dogs. I live in Massachusetts. I didn't shovel a driveway once this past winter since I bought the flamethrower. You know, the Earth is bipolar. So I've been emailing my answering machine, which has been sending faxes to my cellular subconscious, which has call waiting, so in case I'm thinking about something else, I can get back to myself later. It's out of control now, don't you think? I heard soon they're gonna have digital numbers. My dog has a website. All it is naked cats.
I don't know a lot. I really don't. It's making it this far has been great. And I don't believe in science, you know? That's just, I don't understand it, so it's easier not to believe in it as a whole. That gets you out of a lot of arguments. If you're just like, I don't believe in science, they're like, all right, do you need help? Or scientists could be making stuff up. That's a great job to have if you want to make stuff up, because no one can challenge you, you know? No one can say anything. Like, or they don't even get in trouble if they mess up. Like, the Earth was 2 billion years old, and they're like, now it's 4 billion years old. It's like, all right, like, how many people got fired after that? And they're like, nobody. You're like, really? Y'all just nothing? Because y'all were way off. I read Beatles are 320 million years old. It's like, are they? Or you just know that I don't know how to figure that out. Because you could be doing that, you know? Like, I feel like that's your first job as a scientist. Like, when you go, they would just probably do the Beatles thing. They're just like, go see how old Beatles are. Like, when you're a new scientist, and then you don't think those guys are like back there, like, just write 320 million. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, who's even going to check, you know? It's like, no one's going to question us. We can change it at any point. Pluto, Pluto's not a planet. Or it might be a planet, I don't know. They change it every 5 seconds. The last I heard, it's not. And that's like crazy. That's when I left science. When I was like, I'm out. You can't do that. You can't jam Pluto down my throat my whole life. And then the second I get out of school, you're like, we were just kidding about Pluto. It affected me. In elementary school, I got a C- on a test because I forgot to put Pluto. And turns out I should have got above an A. That's what I should have got. Yeah. I should have been asked to teach the class. I should have immediately taught that class. And be like, Nate's apparently the best. I never believed in Pluto, you know? I said it's too far. That's what I told people. I go, you guys will see.
Let's get to it. I'm bald. Where are my people at, huh? Make some noise. Where are my people? You still got a little on the sides, though. I don't know if you... Do you need the sides? You just get crazy on the weekend, spike that stuff up. What's up, ladies? What's up, baby? It's Friday. It's Friday. He's like Wolverine at night. Yeah, ladies. Yes. Good to see you, sir. You're close. Because here's the thing. I always feel I have to tell people this. I have been shaving my head for style. Okay? For the last 10 years, I've been shaving it for style. All right? Then a couple weeks ago, I thought I'd grow it out for the heck of it, and it's been 10 years. It's thinning, right? But it's thinning just in the back, okay? So technically, I could grow an afro, but it would look like a cup holder. What are you laughing at, Wolverine? Supposed to go like that.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome to the stage, you've seen him on Jay Leno, you've seen him on Jimmy Kimmel, you've seen him all over the television. I want you to stand up and put your hands together for Michael Jr.
Thank you so much. Well, why y'all stop clapping? I don't understand what this... I'm just glad it's fun. So we're gonna have some fun. My name is Michael Jr. I'm gonna do some jokes. But they're not gonna start right away though. I just wanna point that out. So Because for me, comedy is like, it's like dating somebody that you really, really like, you know? And I don't want to rush this, you know? I used to do that. I used to come up on stage, I would do a joke right away, jump right in, you know, but I got hurt, man, so, you know. And let's be honest, right? I'm sure you've seen a lot of comedians in your day. You know, I know I've had my share of audiences, you know? But it didn't last. So I want this to be different, so.
So that's why you can't give to charity. I'm kidding. I like to throw in "I'm kidding" at the ends of jokes now, in case the jokes are ever played in court. You ever heard a joke played in court? Never goes well. They're like, and that's why you shouldn't give to charity. Is that something you find funny, Mr. Mulaney?
At the time.
I found out recently that jokes don't do well in court. So, some friends of mine were sued in college for property damage, and they were guilty. And the lawsuit dragged on for years and years. And eventually, I got a call when I was 28 years old, and it was my friend from college. He said, hey, that lawsuit with my neighbor is still dragging on, and my neighbor just subpoenaed all my emails from college that mention him or the lawsuit. And I said, well, that's crazy, but why are you calling me? And he said, because you should be concerned. Said, I have an email here from junior year where I wrote, hey guys, I'm gonna miss practice tonight because I have to meet with my neighbor about that lawsuit thing. And you replied, hey, do you want me to kill that guy for you? Because it sounds like he sucks, and I will totally kill that guy for you. Okay, see you at improv practice. Of all the sentences in that email I would be ashamed to have read out loud in a court of law, I think the top one is see you at improv practice.
Now, I know what you're saying. I like spicy food. I do too. I love Mexican food. I can't eat it much. It's very gassy. Yeah. Oh, I have a problem. I do. Believe me, nobody wants to pull my finger. No. You'd experience it once, you'd leap across the table to stop someone from pulling my finger. Don't pull his finger! I mean, I had to start taking that Beano because I was losing friends. I don't mean like they didn't want to be my friend anymore. I mean, I almost killed two of my friends. I'm driving in a car, and my friend Billy's driving, and my friend Kenny's in back, and I broke wind ever so daintily. The next thing I know, we're in a guardrail. And my friend Billy slumped over. And he's mumbling. He goes, I said, Billy, what's the matter? What are you saying? Oxygen! Now Kenny has his jacket wrapped around his fist. He smashes the window open. He's got half his body hanging out, breathing for dear life. State trooper comes by. Is this alcohol? No, it's gas. Don't go near him, officer. Just shoot him right now.
Sorry, 1 second. I just gotta Jamba. Visit your local Jamba today to find out what makes their smoothies, juices, and bowls so irresistible. Tap the banner to order.
So what does your child need to do this summer?
Hang out with friends more?
Well, yeah.
Sit back and chill?
And sure, there's that too. But between all that, there's one thing every kid should do this summer. They need to get to a doctor and dentist for a checkup. That way, they'll be all ready for a healthy start to the new school year. To find out more, go to vdh.virginia.gov because summertime is checkup time for a healthier back to school. A message from the Virginia Department of Health.
Digging season is here. Before you put a shovel in the ground to install that new mailbox or fence, don't forget to contact 811. Contractors, excavators, and homeowners must contact 811 by phone or online before starting any digging project to have underground utility lines marked. Damaging these lines can cause injuries, utility service interruption, property damage, civil penalties, or worse. So dig with care. Contact 811 before you dig. Allow the time required for marking, respect the marks, and then excavate carefully. Learn more at virginianaturalgas.com.
Joe Bags is very into justice. I don't know if you have anyone in your life like this. Like, we went to the US Open, the tennis one last year, and I bought there's two of them. There's like a golf one and a tennis one, right? Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much for affirming that. I'm not retarded. That is actually a thing. People thought I was retarded when I was a kid, incidentally, and for a lot of reasons. And one of them was that I couldn't pronounce my own name correctly. You know, they'd be like, "What's your name?" I'm like, "Mike," and they were like, "Really?" And I'm like, "Am I? I don't even know. I'm only 6, you know." And I feel like if your last name is long enough, people don't even attempt to pronounce it correctly. Like, first time I got on stage, the guy goes, "Please welcome Mike Bohuski." I was like, "You didn't even try. You just said B and then whatever you could think of, and you made me Polish, and that's a really specific choice." I showed up at a college one time, there were signs that said, "Tonight, comedian Mike Briggleby." Man, were those Briggleby fans disappointed when they showed up and saw that their favorite Scottish comedian had been replaced by an Olive Garden Italian. I went to high school with this guy, and his name, I'm not kidding, his name was Dong Suck. And about a month into school, he found out what it meant. He tried to change his name to Fernando. But once a bunch of 15-year-olds find out your name is Dong Suck, ain't nobody calling anybody Fernando. Maybe you can be Fernando at your next school. So I'm at the US Open with Joe Bags, and we bought a pretzel, and it was for $5.25. They really mark up the prices at the sporting events. Like, they were selling peanuts for $6 a bag, which peanuts is like the universal symbol for like nothing. You know, like, they're paying me peanuts around here. You know, the price of peanuts went up, I guess, and they're $6 a bag. That's like Armageddon prices. Like, if the sky was black and there's like, unicorns like flying around, shooting lasers out of their hooves, peanuts would be $6 a bag, and there'd be like one guy who's trying to sell them for $8, and everyone would be like, "That guy's crazy." We bought a pretzel for $5.25, and they tasted like garbage. Like, I'm not even exaggerating. Like, it seemed like they went to a landfill with like a mold or whatever. I don't know how you make pretzels, but then there's just like, and off to the open, because when I tried to put it in my mouth, like, it rejected it. It was like, "This is not food," And Joe, I was like, "All right, we got garbage pretzel." But Joe is like, "No, they're not allowed to sell us garbage," And so he goes back to the vendor, and he was like, "We would like a refund for the pretzel." And the guy's like, "I'm not going to give you a refund. I'll give you another pretzel." Joe was like, "All right, we'll take the other pretzel." It turns out it was from the same landfill, because it was just like, "This is not food," And so Joe gets real tough. He goes, "You either have to give us a refund or you have to eat the pretzel." And he gave us a refund. Oh, yeah. That's the power of Joe Bags.
So last night as I was downloading pornographic bootleg SpongeBob's, sent to me from a hairdresser I know in Argentina, I noticed they had no milk for tomorrow's coffee, so looked at the car keys, which had been strategically placed under the short leg of the kitchen table so the soup wouldn't spill, and I had to make a decision. Do I walk to the store or do I drive and spill the soup? After half an hour on my hands and knees, I delicately removed the car keys from under the table, and the soup didn't spill, which pissed me off so much that I whipped it against the wall. Then I tried to wash it off with my machine gun squirt gun, which was full of another kind of soup, and I kind of liked the pattern I made, so I took photographs of it, intending to do paintings of the photographs, which I would sell back to myself later, since I am a private collector. Then I get outside and get in my car and I'm driving out to the store. My mind is skipping around and wondering how my life would have been different had I been born one day earlier. Then I'm thinking maybe it wouldn't have been different other than I would have asked that question yesterday. So I go in the store and no one's behind the register, and I'm thinking I should go behind the register so when people come in they can ask me questions and I can say, what do I look like I work here? Then I went to the back of the store where they keep the milk, and out of the corner of my eye I saw the 17-year-old girl come out of the back room and go behind the register, and I'm wondering what was she doing in the back room. And then I tried to distract myself from my own imagination. I looked at a can of peas and I started counting the peas that were on the label of the can. 44, 45, 46. I'm wondering if they had a meeting on how many peas should be on the label of the can. 47's too many, 45 is not enough. All in favor of 46. Okay, yes, 46. Then I took the milk and I went up to the register and I said, hi, how are you? And she said, will that be all? And I said, no, I want to buy this. And I tried to read her mind, but I couldn't because I can barely read my own mind. Then I was imagining me and her running naked across Fenway Park, holding hands in the crowd, cheering, go, go, go. Then I said to her, do you like baseball? And she said, what? And I said, do you sell lighter fluid by the case? And she got all nervous, so then I left. Then I'm driving around, I'm thinking, all right, I'm still alive, now what am I gonna do? So I figured I'd go down and rent a movie, so I go down to the video store, and I can't remember the title of the movie I want, so I'm describing the movie to the guy. I said, yeah, you know, it's that black and white movie, it's on color film. I think it stars Nicolas Cage and Haley Mills. It's that movie where the country loses the war because they accidentally made the submarines out of styrofoam and they won't go under the water. The guy's just blankly looking at me. As I'm saying this to him, I'm realizing this is not a movie I saw. This is a dream I had. I'm thinking, my God, I'm trying to rent one of my own dreams. Which would be pretty cool, actually. Then the guy says to me, that's not a movie you saw, that's a dream you had. And I said, how do you know? And he said, because you were in here last week trying to rent the same thing. And I said, all right, let me know when you get it in.
I don't hunt. I'm fine with hunting. I don't care. I think what makes hunting easy is animals can't talk. That helps a lot. You shoot at a deer, you miss. He just runs off. But if you shot at a deer and missed, and then he stood up and was like, hey, what is wrong with you? Like, why would you do that? What did I do to you? I'm sure the deer's wife would be like, hey, let it go. And he's like, go back inside. Go back inside. I do eat animals. I'm on board. eating some chicken or something. I don't know. I went and bought chicken the other day. Now when you go, they have two kinds of chicken that you can buy. They have a free-range chicken, and they have, like, I guess, like a not free-range. Like, I think his parents were divorced or something. I don't know. They want you to eat the free-range chicken, which is a chicken that is allowed to roam free. Obviously not now. Like, he's dead at the store. But they still have a list of his hobbies on the package, which is nice. That's nice. I don't eat that chicken. I feel bad about it. Like, I don't eat a chicken that had a dream, and that was that chicken. Like, life was great for that guy. I want a miserable, not free-range chicken. I want a chicken that when they killed it, he was like, look, I'm ready for this, all right? How much better would you feel they served your chicken? Like, by the way, your chicken killed itself last night. Yeah, I don't know. He had a ton of issues, man. He was, I don't know, he was a cutter. That's one thing. So, one of the many that he was.
And now, an overly direct spokesperson for DirecTV.
DirecTV brings live TV and your favorite streaming apps together. So you won't get so angry when you can't find a show that you chuck your remote right through your television in front of your boy, who stares back at you with those sad, innocent eyes, quietly judging the rage-addled TV monster you've become. Oh.
Stop searching and start watching. Call 1-800-DIRECTV to guarantee your price for 2 years. Gemini device and Google login required. Separate subscription or login required for third-party app content.
The new crisp and refreshing Heineken Silver only has 3.2 carbs and 95 calories, and a taste that has no bitter endings. It's like all the fun of a friend's house party, but none of the, wait, tell me your name again? Like all the rainy days, but none of the canceled plans. Heineken Silver always ends on a high note and never on a bitter one. That's all the taste, with no bitter endings. Click here to order now at Heineken.com/silver. Must be 21 plus to purchase. Please enjoy Heineken responsibly.
Discover credit cards automatically double all the cash back you earn at the end of your first year, which means... Wait, hold up. Question for the audio engineer.
Go ahead.
Did I read that right? Discover automatically doubles all your cash back?
Yeah, that's what the script says.
So if I get a Discover card right now, I can earn twice the cash back.
Apparently. Wait! Unlimited first-year cash back match, only from Discover. See terms and learn more at discover.com/match.
My sister hates that joke, and that's why I do it. She was a horrible little sister, got me in trouble. Who's the oldest in the family? Oldest? If you're the oldest, you know what I know? It sucks to be the oldest. Because usually that means you get beat worse than any other kid in the family. Why? Because your parents don't know what they're doing yet. You were roughly the rough draft for your parents. Think of those early meetings, no technique, just raw aggression. You're in the room messing up, your dad says, what'd you say? Look, oh, that's not good. That's not right at all. Honey! Honey, write this down. Never hit him that hard again. Honey, write that down. Don't cry. We'll make another one. Don't cry. I'll take care of this. Just open the garage for me. Open the garage. Yeah, that was my childhood, yeah.
So I love doing comedy. I've been doing comedy technically since I was 10 years old. See, my friend Patrick would stay the night at my house and we would just insult each other all night. We'd just be going at it. He'd go at me and say something like, Michael Jr., you got some big feet. Then I would go at him and say, oh yeah, well you so dark skinned. I bet if you ride a motorcycle, you get a ticket for tinted windows. This is what I do, man. I remember being a kid, I had this white friend named George. I called him Georgie. He used to always brag about stuff, and I would try to outdo him. Right? One time we go over to Georgie's house, right? We walk in, and his mom is breastfeeding his little baby sister, and we was like, what is going on, Mrs. Porgy? What you doing? And she explained to us, she said what you saw was natural. See, women, this is how the baby gets milk. That's what and I was like, wow. And then we go back to Georgie Roman, he gonna start bragging. That's right. We don't run out of milk around here. Whenever we need milk, we got milk. He would always sing a song, M-I-L-K, milk, M-I-L-K, milk. And I was like, oh yeah, well, we the African-American people. And that means that we got chocolate milk. Yeah, chocolate milk, C-H, chocolate milk. Southern.
Kids have it very good now. My friend's a teacher. She told me that the parents will take the kid's side over the teacher now. That's insane. That never happened. My parents trusted every grown-up more than they trusted me. I don't mean coaches and teachers. Any human adult's word was better than mine. Any hobo or drifter could have taken me by the ear up to my front door and been like, "Excuse me, your kid bit my dick." And my mom would be like, "John Edmund Mulaney, did you bite this nice man's dick?" And I would be the only one who was like, "Hey, doesn't anyone want to know why his dick was near my biters in the first place? Isn't anyone curious as to how I had access?" Don't get me wrong, my parents love us. They just didn't like us. We weren't friends. People are now like, "My mom's my best friend." It's like, oh, is she a super bad mom? My parents didn't trust us, and they shouldn't have trusted us. We were little goblins. We were terrible. I remember one time we were going into this resort for a vacation when we were little kids. And 3 weeks before we went to the resort, my dad sat us down. And he said, "All right, we're going to a resort. And I've just been informed that the man who owns the resort only has one arm." And we were like, "Oh, yes. Yeah, yes. Now I'm telling you 3 weeks in advance so that you will not freak out when you see that he only has one arm." Oh, we're gonna freak out so bad. "Yes, John, you have a question. How did he lose his arm?" That's exactly what you won't ask. And then I did ask. I went into the kitchen one day and I was like, "So, how'd you lose your arm?" And he was like, "Well, I was born with only one arm." And I was like, "Nah."
My favorite game growing up was Battleship. You guys remember that? Loved it until I figured out they could have just called it Number Letter. Because there is no wartime strategy. And it's bingo with toys on it. Can you imagine if that ship battle scenario ever actually happened? A general briefing his men. He's like, "All right, listen up. Here's the situation. There are 5 enemy ships out there, exactly like our 5 ships. We have no idea where they are, but we do have good intel that they're not moving. Or diagonal. So when you fire at them, I just guess. I don't know. Well, fire one, stop, let them fire one back. This is a war, we take turns. Oh, and every time after we fire a missile, we need to ask them how it went. Played baseball growing up. Did you know that the dimensions to a baseball field are just whatever? It's completely true. Every Major League Baseball field is different. The infield's always the same, 90 feet to each base. But the outfield fence, they just make it up. This is 100% true. To hit a home run in Fenway Park, the Boston Red Sox have got to hit that ball 302 feet. Houston Astros, on the other hand, Minute Maid Park, They have to hit the ball 436 feet. That's a 45% difference. And no one ever talks about it. Like, maybe there's a reason why the Red Sox have been to 13 World Series. And the Astros were swept in one. It's like, hey guys, there's no rule. Move in your fence. Make it easier on yourselves. A 45% difference. Can you imagine if any other sport just decided to start doing that? There'd be an uproar, right? You see that excited NBA coach? Hey, great news, guys. We're playing in Chicago this week. The rims there are only 5.5 feet tall.
I love being back in D.C. I lived here for a while. I love it here, man. Oh, thanks a lot. That's real nice. I live in New York City right now. I got an apartment. It's a little bigger than my body. And my friend came over to give me advice. He's like, you got to get nice little hand soap for your bathroom. Women love that. And I was like, do they also love it when your shower's 1 foot from your toaster? Because I got that going on, too. I saw a mouse in my apartment the other day. I leaned over, I was like, where are you gonna sleep? I got a great building though. I got my own drug dealer for the building, so every time I walk out my door, the same guy tries to sell me drugs. Like I'm walking out in the morning to get a Snapple, and this guy will be like, you want weed? You want smoke? And I'm like, do you have any Snapple? Because I think he should also sell Snapple. That way he hooks you in with the Snapple. And then he's like, you know it'd go great with that Snapple. Crack. It'd be like Amazon.com. If you like Snapple, you might also enjoy balloons of heroin. And I'd be like, I never thought of it that way. But yeah. I'm not big into drugs. I don't smoke a lot of pot anymore even because I'm the least fun person to smoke pot with. No one wants to hang with the guy who ends every sentence with, do you guys hate me? Yeah, I'm not good at drinking either. My friends will drink anywhere. My friends actually drink at the laundromat, and then I tried it, and I thought I was in a submarine navigating the sea of dirty panties with my Spanish-speaking crew. I was like, Mrs. Sanchez, set the coordinates to permanent press. Rita, the engines are stalling. Get me some quarters and another drink. This place is starting to look like a laundromat. There's all these sports analogies when you drink. Pre-game, party foul. I have to make up my own. The other day I was like, oh, I pulled a hamstring. My friend was like, what does that mean? I was like, I threw up on your couch. Then I did it again, I was like, 30 love. See, I can't drink too much. I become another person. Like last year I went out drinking, and I met this girl, and she gave me her number. Next day, I didn't even want to call her, because I didn't feel like she met me. Like, I felt like she met 2 Drink Mike. Like, 2 Drink Mike loves dancing and knows a magic trick. 0 Drink Mike enjoys biographies and has serious opinions about wildlife. 5 Drink Mike enjoys dancing with wildlife. I am actually. I got this card in the subway this week that says lose 10 to 400 pounds. I'm pretty sure I don't want to lose the whole 400 because then I'd weigh negative 235 and that seems like a dangerous weight, you know? But I make deals with myself. I'm like, I can eat this cheeseburger, but then later I'm going to the gym. And instead of going to the gym, I ate a cake. I'm like, the deal is off. My other weakness is sugar cereal. Like, if I buy a box of Cinnamon Toast Crunch at 3 in the afternoon, that box ain't making it to 10 a.m. Because it's like crack, you know? Like, you don't buy crack for some point in the future. You buy it when you want it, and then you fall asleep in the tub. Or whatever. See you around the building. I know, and I don't have like a weight problem, but I am like the guy who could really put the brakes on an orgy. Like everyone would be like, was he invited? Why is he eating a cake? I've never been in an orgy, but I feel like it'd be like what happens when I try and play pickup basketball. Like, no one passes me the ball. Everyone asks me to keep my shirt on. I try and go to the gym. The idea is to impress women, but it seems counterproductive because there are women at the gym and they can see me bench pressing 65 pounds, and I don't think they're saying, check out the guy in the dress socks. I saw him do one chin up and then fall on the ground. That is hot! I went to a class at my gym called water aerobics, which was basically 15 gay men and me in a pool playing splash.
At Catholic University, we have a legacy of academic accomplishment in graduate education. Our top-ranked programs, including nursing and social work, prepare individuals to be of service to others and a light to the world. Pursue your passion and advance your career. Classes start August 28, 2023. Online and on-campus classes available. Tap the banner to learn more about graduate programs at Catholic University.
So what does your child need to do this summer?
Hang out with friends more?
Well, yeah.
Sit back and chill?
And sure, there's that too. But between all that, there's one thing every kid should do this summer. They need to get to a doctor and dentist for a checkup. That way, they'll be all ready for a healthy start to the new school year. To find out more, go to vdh.virginia.gov. Because summertime is checkup time for a healthier back to school. A message from the Virginia Department of Health.
Live from the DAR Constitution Hall, it's the hilarious duo, Colin Jost and Michael Che. Saturday Night Live's Weekend Update hosts, Colin Jost and Michael Che, are bringing their live comedy show to DAR Constitution Hall on Friday, September 15th. Tickets are on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Act fast. This is a can't-miss show. Get your tickets now at Ticketmaster.com.
My grandfather had a special rocking chair built that would lean forward rather than backwards so he could fake interest in any conversation. When I was little on Christmas, he gave me a box of broken glass. Gave my brother a box of Band-Aids. Then he said, now you two share. One time he said, Stephen, how old are you? I said, I'm 5. He said, when I was your age, I was 6. Then he cackled madly and threw a spoon against the window. He was an odd man. He once carved a turkey out of a chicken. His will was an IOU. He told me sometimes when you lose, you really win, like if you were playing musical electric chairs. One time I told him a dream I had, and I said, what do you think that means? And he said, it means you were sleeping. I remember when he died, I was a little boy, and I went to the wake with my aunt, and I was kneeling down at the casket, and I was looking at him inside the casket, and I started thinking about my flashlight. I started thinking about the batteries inside my flashlight. And then I said to my aunt, maybe he's not dead, maybe he's just in the wrong way. So I got off the plane and I forgot to undo my seatbelt, and I'm pulling the plane through the turbine. And the wings are knocking people over. And I said, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't notice. Then I almost broke both my arms trying to hold open a revolving door for someone. Then I tried to hang myself with bungee cord. I kept almost dying. I have a paper cut from writing my suicide note. It's a start.
I watched a thing on 60 Minutes once about like this guy with animals. It was about buying tigers. Like you can buy, like if you guys want a tiger, there's a guy you can go to, and you can buy a tiger if you want. And I was like, see, they did this whole undercover reporting, and they filmed like where he keeps tigers. And then, you know, they like asked him afterwards, they're like, hey, do you think it's too easy to buy a tiger in this country? And he was like, yeah, sadly it is. And that was like my favorite part, you know? I was like, that's why America's the best. I didn't even know you could buy tigers. I would have been embarrassed to ask. And then I watched this, and I was like, I don't really have to jump through hoops if I want to buy a tiger. It's not an all-day thing, it's an hour. I'll be right back with our tiger. And everybody wants to get rid of guns, you know, like guns are the problem. But what makes me nervous is like you take away guns from people, those are the exact same people that will buy tigers. That's gonna be a much bigger problem, all right? You're probably gonna be like, look, here's your gun back. And they're like, no, I'm good. My tiger is way better than my gun. My gun missed all the time. My tiger rarely misses. Even if he does miss, it's just for a second. It's never long. Like if a guy dodges a tiger and he's like, your dumb tiger missed, it's like, well, he did not. He's right behind you now. And he is furious, so. You know that saying, like, guns don't kill people, people kill people? The new saying will just be like, these tigers are killing people. I don't know. It won't be a good saying. He'll just be asking, like, do you know where your tiger's at by any chance? Do you have any idea? You don't know? All right, that's a big problem. I love doing comedy, though. It's great. The show's almost over, just so you guys know. I like to let everybody know where we're at. We're about done. I think it makes you feel better when you're like, all right, thanks. Like how many movies you go to and then you're just like, geez, this is taking forever. And if a guy like popped in the screen was like, it's about to wrap. I know, 2 more seconds. And you're like, thanks, man, that was, you know.
Okay, this wasn't supposed to make it to the special. There was an issue that happened. I felt bad because I flew in today and I didn't know that if you're straight ahead of me, it looks like I have no leg. I also brought a big boot to wear over it, so I'm scaring children at the airport who think I have no leg and I'm carrying my leg. Mommy, he has no leg! So yeah, that's a thing. We'll address it. I was standing firmly, I thought, on Obamacare, and Trump yanked it from under me. is what it is. This is my crutch-like thing. Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. Thank you. I'm sorry for your view, ma'am. I'm sorry for your view.
And then I'm leaving the club. I'm literally leaving the club. And then I'm on my way to my car, and it's a little cold. This is Hermosa Beach, so it's a really nice area. People got a lot of money. I'm on my way to my car, and it's getting a little cold, a little dark outside, so I'm thinking it's time for Michael Jr. to get to where he needs to be, right? So I start jogging. Then this white lady comes around the corner. She got her little jogging outfit on, little headset, about 20 feet in front of me. Now we're jogging in the same direction. Then she looked back. She started jogging faster. So I look back too. I didn't see anything back there. I figured if a white person's scared of it, Michael Jr. is scared of it too. So I started jogging faster. After she looked back again, she took off in full stride. This time I didn't even look back. I turned on the gears too, and I could have easily passed her up, but I'm thinking, no, I can't just leave this defenseless lady out here by herself. Whoever back there gonna get her. So I yelled up to her, "Is that as fast as you can run?"
Success is picking up extra shifts, but now you want to be the boss. Success is getting your foot in the door, but now you want to take the next step. Success looks different to everyone. And for more than 75 years, University of Maryland Global Campus has helped working adults like you succeed again. Choose from more than 125 degree and certificate programs with online and hybrid courses. Apply now with no application fee and get started August 16th. Learn more at umgc.edu, certified to operate by Chev.
The new crisp and refreshing Heineken Silver only has 3.2 carbs and 95 calories, and a taste that has no bitter endings. It's like all the fun of a friend's house party, but none of the, wait, tell me your name again? Like all the rainy days, but none of the canceled plans. Heineken Silver always ends on a high note and never on a bitter one. That's all the taste, with no bitter endings. Click here to order now at Heineken.com/silver. Must be 21 plus to purchase. Please enjoy Heineken responsibly.
At Kroger, you can find the highest quality products at a great price in every aisle, every day with Kroger brand. So you can stock up on your household favorites that are tried, tested, and loved by you. Because when you get the products you love at great prices, it feels like winning. Shop now, in-store, or online. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Simply the best. Better than all the rest.
Everything was slower back in the old days because they didn't have enough to do, so they had to slow things down to fill the time. I don't know if you read history, but back then people would wake up and go, oh God, it's the old times. Oh shit, I gotta wear all those layers. There's no Zyrtec or nothing. Okay, we gotta think of some weird, slow activities to fill the day. And they did. Have you ever seen like old film from the past of people just like waving at a ship? Like, what if I called you now to do that? Hey, what are you doing Monday at 10 a.m.? All right, there's a Norwegian cruise line leaving from Martinique. Here's my plan. You and me get very dressed up, including hats, and then we wave handkerchiefs at it till it disappears over the horizon. No, I don't know anyone on the ship.
I do feel like the map of Canada looks unfinished. It's so detailed on the East Coast, and then it's just wide open spaces. It's almost like someone was working on it and they fell asleep. And his boss comes over and is like, are you done? What? Yeah, I just gotta put some names in Prince Edward Island and Nova Scotia. Oh, so much land. Newfoundland. The boss is like, are you done? Yeah, I'm done. Columbia, that's a country, all right. British Columbia. I've been to British Columbia. It's not very British or Columbian. Vancouver was like a rainy Seattle. Spent a week in Vancouver. Somehow it rained for 2 weeks. Well, you guys had fun naming things Vancouver out there in British Columbia. Vancouver Island, Vancouver City, which is not on Vancouver Island, North Vancouver, West Vancouver, South Vancouver, Washington State, you can have a Vancouver. Everyone gets a Vancouver. Everyone gets one.
One thing that my parents and I have in common is that we're all addicted to cable news because they treat every story with the same level of importance, and there's like laser sound effects. It'll be like, "Pachoo!" Or your kid's having sex at the mall. I don't even have kids. I'm like, are they? I gotta make sure they're not having sex at the mall. Like fun are they having sex at the mall? And then it'll be like, "Pachoo!" And surgeons blow up truck. I'm like, wow, really puts the mall sex in perspective. That is much worse than mall sex. A lot of people get down on Fox News, but it's like, I feel like at least with Fox News, it's not true. It's like watching a murder mystery. You're like, so if that didn't happen and that didn't happen, then what did happen?
I love the craziness of New York. A lot of homeless people everywhere. That's great. They're everywhere though, all over the country. They travel really good. And you go by, you ever see homeless, because you see them asleep on the sidewalk, and I always feel bad, but every time I go, a homeless guy is asleep, I always notice they go to bed at a very reasonable hour. Just walk by. You'll be like 9 o'clock. You're like, that guy's gonna get a solid 8 hours. I'm gonna toss and turn. He'll be to work on time, One homeless guy, he asked me for money, and I was like, all right, here. And I gave him money, and he was like, it's good you give money, man. This could happen to you. You could be homeless by tomorrow. And I was like, I don't know about by tomorrow. I was like, I have a lot of friends and family, I have to get rid of all of them in 20, I don't have time to do that. I would have to kill them all, and then I would just go to jail. I still wouldn't even be homeless. So I don't even think I could be homeless, It'd take a long time, very forced. Maybe that's what his message was. Maybe that was good. I don't know.
Well, that's my job. Try and give them lessons. But it's hard because the real world starts coming in, right? And they start learning about the real world. I try to protect them, but they start learning about all the good and the bad that's out in the world. And it's funny in my house because they're learning about it at different rates. We learned about Thanksgiving. And the little one's like, oh, we love Thanksgiving. We love the Indians. Oh, we gave them our buckle hats and our shoes and a turkey. And they gave us some feathers and some mashed potatoes. And we had dinner with them. And they love us and we love them. And the 13-year-old just leaning against the refrigerator. What's this trail of tears I'm hearing about? We took their land and then moved them out west, then took their land again and then killed them all. And the little one's like, it's not the same Indians, right, Dad? I'm like, yeah, it's the same Indians. She's like, why did we do that? Oh, easy with the we, first of all. We're the Papas, we're Italian. We got here in 1945. We eat spaghettis and ride Vespas. We're lovers.
We used to love peanut butter. Still do. I saw something in the store the other day that I don't understand. That peanut butter and jelly in the same jar. Is there a point to that? I mean, I'm lazy, but I want to meet the guy that needs that. Some guy going, I could go for a sandwich, but I'm not gonna open 2 jars. I can't be opening and closing all kinds of jars. Cleaning who knows how many knives. If you're that lazy, why not put croutons in there? Get the whole sandwich on a spoon, you know, just scooping it out. Oh, scrumptious. I think I'm gonna have another one. Oh, delectable. As was the first, huh? Or if you don't want to clean the spoon, you put it on a squeeze bottle. Lunch and no cleanup. Can life get better? I submit that it cannot.
Being married's so nice, I never knew relationships were supposed to make you feel better about yourself. That's not really a joke, that's just a little sweet thing I like to say. Because I'd been in relationships where I got cheated on, like long ones. I don't know if you've ever been in a long relationship where you got cheated on, but it changes your whole worldview. Because like when I was a kid, I used to watch America's Most Wanted. You know how kids do. And I would always think to myself, how could another person kill someone? How could a human being kill another human being? And then I got cheated on and I was like, oh, okay. I'm not gonna do it, but I totally get it. And I don't mean in that way of like, no one else can have you. Like, I don't care about that. It's just creepy to have an ex out there after things have ended badly. They have a lot of information. Anyone who's seen my dick and met my parents needs to die. I can't have them roaming around.
Summertime, we went to a bunch of fairs, too. It's amazing how your perspective on fairs changes. Because as a kid, you're like, the fair, there's a fair. As an adult, you're like, that looks dangerous. Are they cooking in that truck? We used to go to the fair to see the biggest pig in the county. Now we go to the fair to be the biggest pig in the county. Some of that food at fairs, it's ridiculous. Deep fried Oreos, okay. Deep fried Twinkies, maybe. Deep fried butter, no. You know, occasionally you'll eat a stick of butter. What if we deep fried it? No. It's wrong. I mean, it's delicious. But it's wrong. There's no health inspector at the fair. That's why they can do that. Because everything at the fair is very temporary, meaning when the cops come, they can leave. And some of those rides don't look safe. I'll just let my kids go first. No sense in us all dying. But you never want to be judgmental at the fair. You're always like, you know what, I'm sure this ride's fine. You know, I'm sure the guy running the ride, he's probably a structural engineer. We don't know, that's probably how he lost his arm, you know?
All right, well, this has been great fun, you guys. I'm glad you guys came. I really appreciate people coming out when they come here. It's really nice when I do a show and people come on purpose. It's a really good feeling. I'll be out there if you want to come by and say hello. I'll be out there in the lobby, and I have a CD available, and I hope that one of you will buy it and the rest of you have a computer. Also, I write something online. It's a little travel log I write. It's called My Secret Public Journal, and you can subscribe to it online. It's a fun read, and it's on my website. It's just type in MikeBirbiglia.com. Good luck with that. Thanks for coming to my show and listening to me talk about panda bears and brown bears and puffins. I hope you learned some important life lessons like porn destroys lives and what I should have said was nothing. I hope you brought your cameras and you'll go home and poop the pictures and you'll tell your friends about the show and you'll say, have you seen this guy Birbigglebug? And they'll say, no, but I heard about him. I want you to tell all your cracker-ass white bread honkies and black bean soups and Asian chicken platters that you're dying inside because it's 2005 mofo. I think Abraham Lincoln said that. Thanks a lot, Washington, D.C. I really appreciate it. It's really nice of you.
One more time for Mike Birbiglia, everybody.
Discover credit cards automatically double all the cash back you earn at the end of your first year, which means... Wait, hold up. Question for the audio engineer.
Go ahead.
Did I read that right? Discover automatically doubles all your cash back?
Yeah, that's what the script says.
So if I get a Discover card right now, I can earn twice the cash back.
Apparently. Wait! Unlimited first-year cash back match, only from Discover. See terms and learn more at discover.com/match.
Hello and welcome to The Kroger Show. At Kroger, everyone wins when it comes to saving big. Because when you order online through the Kroger app, you get the same great prices, deals, and rewards on pickup or delivery that you do in-store, with no hidden fees or markups. And now, shop today and get $15 off your first pickup or delivery order. So whether you're a delivery lover, picker-upper, or you shop in-store, you'll always save big at Kroger. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
All right, Guardians. Let them know we're coming. Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 is now streaming on Disney+.
Let's give them something to remember us by.
I'm Groot.
Groot. Not like that.
Critics agree it's laugh out loud funny, and it only gets better when you watch it again.
You're all just making up stuff that he's saying, right?
Seems intuitive.
Oh, please.
The trilogy is now complete. Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, rated PG-13, may be inappropriate for children under 13. Now streaming only on Disney+.
I'm a single guy. Here's the only thing I've learned about women at my age, and that's women do not want a psycho. At first. Fellas, you can't come out of the gate too soon with a psycho, you'll scare a woman off. But if you hold it in for too long, she doesn't think you're really into her, right? Like if after 2 weeks of dating you said to her, if you ever leave me, I swear I will kill you.
Oh my God, he's crazy!
But after 2 years when you say to her, if you ever leave me, I swear I will kill you.
Oh my God, he really loves me! I want to have your crazy babies. We'll call them Crabies. Cribs full of Crabies. Understand? Rockabye Crabie in the treetop. When the wind blows, the Crabie will rock. Check his scalp for the mark of the beast.
I went and visited my parents recently. My parents have a real fat cat. It's real fat. People point it out, you know? They walk in, they're like, man, that cat's fat. And it feels rude, you know? Like, he doesn't speak English, but we do, so maybe don't say that. And they're just, you know, they're like, what are y'all feeding this cat? You're like, whatever you feed a cat, dude. I don't, like normal cat food stuff. We pour a bowl. He eats it. Like if he eats 8 birds outside, he doesn't tell us. You know, he's not like, oh, I ate out tonight, I'm good. And then they're like, well, y'all should do something. You're like, what do you think we're not doing? Do you think he has a gym membership and we don't drive him to the gym? He's a cat. That's his gym membership. He's a cat. I watched him jump from the ground on top of the refrigerator. That's like if I jumped on top of a school bus from the ground. Like if I did that, you're not gonna be like, well, you still could lose a little bit, you know? Just keep doing what you're doing.
Although I like the Daredevil thing, you know. I used to enjoy watching Evel Knievel, and I feel bad for him now. He's a little older, he doesn't jump, but he always does these talk shows, and every time he does one, they want to show him that footage where he fell off the motorcycle and bounced around like 83 times. That's what they show him. Hey, do you remember that day, Evel? Oh, no, I don't remember. And they always ask him what he was thinking right before he hit the ground. What kind of question is that? What were you thinking right before you hit the ground, Evel? What were you thinking? I remember thinking, hey, did I turn off the iron? Then my leg cracked in half. Then I was thinking, hey, maybe I should get a puppy. What do you think I was thinking? I was thinking, ah! Ah! Something like that, if I remember right. Let me go back. Yeah. Ah! I believe those are my thoughts. I hope I've crystallized them for you.
This is so great. Thank you for coming. You're here. That's great. You all showed up. I appreciate it. And then we showed up, so you got to see the things that you paid to see. That's great. You don't always get to see the things that you paid to see. Ever been to the goddamn zoo? Those guys are never where they're supposed to be. Every time I go to the zoo, I'm like, hey, where's the jaguar? And the zoo guy is like, oh, he must be in the inside part. The inside part? Tell him we're here. I love doing stand-up for crowds because this right here, this reminds me of assembly in grade school. And assembly was the only part of school I ever liked. And once you leave school, you don't get to have assembly. This is the closest we get in adult life to assembly. Because look at you all, you're just sitting there in chairs, looking at a guy with absolutely no expertise who's gonna talk for a while. Although this is different than assembly, because like you bought tickets, you knew this was coming. Assembly, you never knew was coming when you were a kid. You just showed up at 8 a.m. and they were like, put down your stuff. Go to the gym. You're like, God, I guess they're finally gonna kill us all right. This is younger than I thought it would be, but we are pretty big assholes. You get to the gym and the whole school is sitting on the floor. You're like, what are we, about to graduate from Tuesday? My principal would always come out to kick things off. She'd be like, children, rather than continue to teach you how to read, we have cleared the entire day for this random guy. I used to smoke crack. As you 7- and 8-year-olds probably know, freebasing is the greatest orgasm known to man. But I'm here to tell you there's hope. I've been sober now 2 weeks. Well, weekdays, not weekends. Weekends, that's Nunzio's time. I was once in assembly listening to a guy talk about smoking crack. My social studies teacher yelled at me. He goes, sit up straight, show some respect. I was like, he's smoking cocaine. Sit up straight, he's standing on a 45-degree angle, or as junkies call it, first position. I always got yelled at assembly. That's right, there was always like assembly, and then there was like that second assembly to yell at you for how you behaved at the first assembly. They'd be like, get in here, sit down, sit down, sit down. I want to talk about what happened yesterday. You're like 8 years old, you're like, what's yesterday? We invite a woman here with homemade puppets to teach you about bullying through skits, and you laugh at this woman? We noticed you had all been bullying each other and making fun of everything constantly, so we invite a woman with straight gray hair in a denim dress with a wrist cast and homemade puppets that all have the same voice to teach you about bullying through skits, and you ha, laugh it up. What was so funny about that woman? I want to know. What was so funny about when she couldn't fit the box of puppets back into the trunk of her Dodge Neon? What was so hilarious that you all ran to the windows? Well, you all missed a valuable lesson on the danger of cliques. What's a clique? It's when a group of people hang out together. Oh, you mean like having friends? No. Because these people make fun of other people. Oh, you mean like having friends?
During the summer, I tour with my kids, and we'll do like a kid activity during the day, and then I'll do a show at night. And usually the kid activity is like a zoo or a park. When we were in Erie, Pennsylvania, we went on a pirate boat ride, which was pretty authentic, because when I think of Lake Erie, I think of all them pirates storming the shores of Western Pennsylvania. There were like 50 kids. They were all dressed like pirates. I felt like I was at a children's Jimmy Buffett concert. And I tell you, those kids were having the time of their lives. Kids love to dress like pirates, the murderers and rapists that pirates were. And we think it's adorable. It's so cute. He looks just like one of those sociopaths who terrorize the Caribbean. We let our kids dress like murderers. Darth Vader that genocidal lunatic? It's fun. The devil, it's cute. Hitler, no. No parent wants to explain that one. Why is your boy dressed like Hitler? He's fascinated with the Third Reich. He gets it from his father. His father's man cave is all Hitler swag.
I think there's too many cameras right now. Like, you go to buy something, everything's also a camera. They'll be like, it's also a camera. I'm like, I just wanted a grapefruit. They're like, it's a camera grapefruit. You take pictures of yourself eating the grapefruit, and then you eat the camera, you poop the pictures. Oh my God, that is the opposite of what I wanted. They keep combining stuff. My brother got me a cell phone Palm Pilot in one, because I'm a ninja, and I dropped it on the ground and the screen broke, so now it's just a phone the size of a laptop. Technology's moving so fast, it's to the point you can make stuff up and people believe you. You can be like, have you seen the new Sony teleporter? People be like, no, but I heard about it. I end up saying that all the time. No, but I heard about it. It means I haven't heard about it, but I like you.
Have you guys seen the movie Final Destination? If you haven't, great choice. But here's enough information to make this hilarious for everybody. The movie's about a boy who gets on a plane, the plane takes off, explodes, everybody dies, but then the boy wakes up before that happened. It was a vision of the future. He's now on the plane before it's taken off. He's like, we gotta get out of here, this is gonna blow! So they kick him off the plane, because that's what would happen if you make a scene like that in real life. So far, realistic movie. So, he's off the plane, it does take off, it does explode, just like he saw in his vision. He's cheated death. Death then haunts him and follows him for the rest of the movie, which is what happens if you cheat death in a crappy movie. So, I get to the end of this hour and a half of my life, I'm like, what a crap fest. Then I wake up in the theater before it started. I'm like, we gotta get out of here, this is gonna blow. I leave and it haunts me the rest of my life. Every time I get in a plane, they're like, today's movie is Final Destination. I leave, the plane explodes, also the theater exploded. I gotta stop bringing bombs everywhere I go, I guess. Sorry to spoil that book, but last time I was on a plane, they showed the movie Marley and Me, and the surprise twist is I watched it. I won't spoil too much by telling you who Me is, but go see it for yourself.
Hey there, Spotify listeners. We know you love listening to your favorite artists, songs, playlists, and podcasts. But we love listening to you. So let's talk. Click or tap now to take part in our short survey. We'd love to hear from you, and your feedback means a lot to us. Sound good? Great. Just hit the banner now.
Senior year. We're finally here. I'm a junior. And you're gonna stay a junior with that attitude, Carlos.
It's the final season of High School Musical, the musical, the series, but the drama is just getting started.
It's now or never.
High School Musical. Featuring original Wildcats, Corbin Blue, Monique Holman, Lucas Graybeal, Casey Stroh, Bart Johnson, and Allison Reed.
This changes everything.
High School Musical, the musical, the series, final season. Available August 9th on Disney+.
There are more identity threats than you realize. Even if you monitor your credit, only a little personal info needs to leak out, like your social security number or password.
For you to become a victim.
LifeLock alerts you to threats you could miss. If your identity is stolen, a dedicated US-based restoration specialist will work to fix it. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions, but everyone can save up to 25% off their first year. Go to lifelock.com/Spotify.
Please welcome Nate Bargatze.
Thanks everybody. I think it's already starting good right there. That's a sign. It's going good so far. I think so. think it's going pretty good. All right, maybe it's not. I think I lost you guys. I'll be honest with you. I think we're going downhill now. It's not. Ooh, we've taken a turn already. This quick. It's already happened. All right, it doesn't matter. Anyway, I'm going to quit comedy soon, so don't worry about it. All right, guys. Yeah, I'll get out. I don't know. No. I'm not quitting. I can't quit yet, because one, it's pretty tough to quit something no one knows you do. So, yeah, there's that hurdle. And there's no one even to quit to. Even if I wanted to quit, there's no one to quit to. No one cares that I'm doing this. I don't have a boss. Like, I can't just call Cosby and be like, look, I'm out, all right, man? Yeah, I don't think it's,
And I'm trying to be cool. I'm thinking of getting a tattoo. But I want to get a tattoo that's unique, I don't want a tattoo like everybody else. So I want to get a tattoo of a blender. A big one on my chest, Then when I go to the public pool, take my shirt off, everyone will be spellbound. They'd be like, is that a blender? Born to frappe. I have unusual tattoo ideas. I think someone should get a tattoo of a dozen Easter eggs, but tell the tattoo artist to hide them. You get back in shape, you might find a golden egg.
I have had other jobs besides comedy. I was an office temp for a while. I really missed that. I loved being a temp, because I would just go from office to office and be terrible at a different job for a week. And then you just get to retire like Lou Gehrig. You're like, thank you, no one will ever see me again. And they're like, goodbye. I worked at an office once on 57th Street in New York City. I was there for a couple weeks. I was in a cubicle next to this other cubicle. This woman named Misha sat in the other cubicle. I want to get the number right. I think Misha had about 900,000 photos of her daughter up in her cubicle. Almost like she was trying to solve a conspiracy about her daughter. A Beautiful Mind style. I think about Misha 2 times a week. Because of a phone call she had next to me one day. It was one of my first days, and I was sitting next to her. And her phone rang, and this was her call, and I'm quoting. Her phone rang, and she said, hello, hush! And then she hung up. Think about that 2 times a week. And I didn't know her well enough by then to be like, hey, what kind of a person are you, Who could she have been talking to? Hello, hush! This was a place of business. My only thought was that it was like the CEO of the company being like, Misha, help, I'm doing a crossword puzzle. I need a 4-letter word for be quiet right now. Hush, you're promoted.
I remember the first time I came to Canada, the big difference I noticed was that things are measured differently, right? Temperature and distance. And I remember at the time being like, well, that's annoying. And then eventually I realized it wasn't just Canada, it was the entire world. That uses the metric system, except for us. And I tell you, it was strange as an American to realize every other country on the planet was wrong. Right? It should change for us, because we all know God loves America more. And that love is measured in feet. Now, here's how I can tell the way Americans measure things is annoying. Because occasionally you'll run into a British person
really broke, I always got good toilet paper. It's a line you don't cross. You say to yourself, the bills are late, but the toilet paper's good, things will be okay. We have so many blessings that we don't count in a day. Have you tried that Charmin Ultra? Oh, you can make a suit out of that. Is that Versace? Charmin. No dry cleaning, you just flush it. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. See you later, everybody. Thanks so much for being here tonight.
New York had a hurricane too, like a while back, and we got some bugs in our apartment. You know what they were? Roly-polies. That's what started coming in. Like I thought that I didn't even think they were around. I thought that was like when I was a kid. I didn't think they made it, and let me tell you, they're doing great. They have not lost one step because they were like coming and we're just finding them everywhere. So we have to email our landlord. We're like, hey, can you get someone to come spray for these bugs? And she was like, look, the only reason they're coming in is because they can sense danger. Like they can sense the hurricane. So they're just trying to get out of the hurricane. And she just left it at like, I don't even know why you're asking this. So we like emailed her back. We're like, that doesn't even, what are you talking about? Like that doesn't make sense. I think you gotta be smarter than that to own a building. And she goes, no, I'm dead serious, all right? Animals are smarter than us. And it was like, well, all right, I don't know about us, but you know what? I'll give her, like, maybe that's why they're coming in. I don't know. Maybe that is why. That's not going to be the problem. The problem is, are they going to leave? That's the problem we're going to have. I'm fine with them coming in if they all just leave, like, after the hurricane, and they're like, look, I'm sorry about this, but you saw what it was like out there. Yeah, we left some money on the dresser, so... And you're like, all right, I didn't know y'all were going to be good dudes about this. Thanks, I really appreciate it.
And I'm still learning about my wife, Oh, I married a talker. 16 years together, still coming up with new stuff to say. Every goddamn day. She starts from the minute she gets up till about a half hour after she falls asleep. She talks. She'll talk to anybody. The housekeeper at the hotel doesn't speak any English at all. My wife doesn't care. Then my mother said she didn't like my hair. Can you believe that? This poor woman's like, oh no. Terrible. Then we come home, starts talking to the cats. Cats, they don't speak any language at all. My wife just sees 2 ears, like I should fill those with talking noises. How many times have I told you not to go on the counter? We talk about this every day. Cat's like, meow, meow. That's terrible, meow.
When you download the Kroger app, you have easy access to savings every day. Get the most out of weekly sales and receive personalized coupons to save on your favorite items, all while earning 1 fuel point for every $1 spent. Kroger makes it easy to save while you shop, whether it's in-store or online, so you get the most value out of every trip, every time. Download the Kroger app now to save big on your next purchase. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Must have a digital account to redeem offers. Restrictions may apply. See site for details.
Better ingredients. Better pizza. Choose better. Choose Papa John's. Serving Hampton Roads better for 30 years. Here's to another 30 with better for Hampton Roads. Looking for better specials every day? Let us serve you. Visit papajohns.com and choose from our great deals. Enjoy the savings and order with Papa John's. Better ingredients, better pizza. Papa John's.
Summer is just about over, which means it's time for a vacation. A vacation for your lawn, that is. Summer heat and humidity take a toll on your grass, but aeration and seeding from Virginia Green can help it recover. We use the latest equipment to double core aerate your soil, and a proprietary weed-free seed that produces a healthy green lawn. So this fall, give your lawn a vacation with Virginia Green. Get your free estimate today at virginiagreen.com.
That's the wonderful thing about crazy people, you know, is that they just have unlimited currency. The things they say mean nothing to them, but they mean everything to me. I was once walking into Penn Station in New York. I was walking down 31st Street towards 8th Avenue. I'm walking down 31st, there's this woman standing at 8th and 31st. I have my little roller suitcase, you can all imagine. I'm walking towards her, she's smoking a cigarette that is not lit anymore. She's watching me walk, kind of scanning me up and down, as if she had Terminator vision, where she could see little bits of data, like, little honky ass, and could read information. As I walked past her, she said this to me. I walked past her and she said, and I'm quoting, "Eat ass, suck a dick, and sell drugs." Very dirty, yes? A very upsetting thing to hear, yes? I'm sorry you all had to hear that, but at least you all got to hear it as a group. I was alone out there that afternoon. And she said this totally unprompted. Eat ass, suck a dick, and sell drugs. It wasn't like I had paused in front of her and been like, what should I do with my life? So I walk away from her with this to-do list. And I like structure, I like a to-do list. It did dawn on me that that list of things does get better as it goes along, when you really think about it, because it starts in a pretty rough place. It starts with just about the worst task a to-do list can start with. But by the end, you have your own small business. And isn't that the American dream when all's said and done? That if you eat enough ass and suck enough dick, one day you can sell drugs. Imagine you did all that to sell drugs and then they legalized drugs and you were like, but
My kids were with me. In Amsterdam, I brought my kids to the Anne Frank house. I told some friends that, and they're like, aren't your kids a little young for the Anne Frank house? And you know what I learned? They are. They're too young. But I wanted to bring them. You know, it's an important place. I want them to learn. So I brought them. We were standing outside the Anne Frank house, and I said, this is a special, somber place. This is where Anne Frank, her family, and some friends hid from the Nazis for 2 years, and they couldn't speak during the day. And Anne also wrote this diary, so let's be respectful. My 6-year-old raised his hand, and he goes, do they have video games here? And I said, I'm going to need you to be quiet for the rest of your life. Bought tickets online to the Anne Frank house. I Googled it. The Anne Frank house has a Google rating of 4.4 out of 5 stars. Who's giving the Anne Frank house a bad review? It's like, yeah, wasn't that fun? It's kind of crowded, and there were no video games. Why do we feel the need to review everything? Nobody's going to Anne Frank's house looking for hot dogs. I misread it. I thought it was Anne Frank's house. I was getting ready to have me an Amsterdam dog.
My parents are at a level with technology that is unbelievable. I mean, I was driving with my mom when I was home, and she was on the speakerphone on her car, and she was leaving a message for someone. She said, we can't come to your dinner party because Michael's home and we promised we'd take him out for pizza. And then she pressed what she thought was the end button on the phone, and she looked over and goes, I just made that up. And then I pressed the end button on the phone, and the point, the moral of the story is, if you're not good with technology, don't be cocky about it. I think we've reached this point in civilization where there's too much technology and a shortage of people who know how to use that technology responsibly. I mean, no one reads the manuals anymore. No one even reads the bullet points they give you because you're not going to read the manuals. People just get the phones. They're like, I got a phone. I'm going for a jog, you know. I was in a movie theater recently. The guy next to me answered his phone during the movie, and he answered it by saying, and I quote, he said, "Who dis?" So not only was he willing to talk to someone during the movie, he was willing to talk to anyone during the movie. These cell phone companies creep me out, man, because they all hook you into a plan. And it's not like if you don't go according to plan, they're cool with it. It's always like 500 anytime minutes for $60. And if you go over that, we shoot you in the dick. Oh my God, not the dick shooting plan. Please. This is degrading. I am at the mall, you know. And they can do that because there's only like 3 companies, you know. There's no like mom and pop cell phone company like Jack and Irma's Magic Phones, you know, like, I like Jack and Irma because they're old and they know phones, you know. One day I couldn't pay my bill and Jack said, "Can you babysit on Tuesday?"
Many of you own homes. That is impressive, truly. Most Americans, 2 paychecks from bankruptcy. I wish I had that kind of cushion. Boy, 2. I'd retire if I get to that point. Wow. That's the goal, one day. My wife and I have actually been on the phone with some financial advisors, or collection agents, as they're sometimes known. It's semantics. I prefer to think of myself as a non-profit organization. It's a little more sizzle. Self-unemployed. Yeah. We actually did sit down and talk to a financial advisor and, talk about retirement. He said, you have to start now acquiring a taste for cat food because it's so much harder as you get older and more set in your ways. And he made a lot of sense, absolutely, yeah. Yeah, when others are enjoying their grandkids, we'll be at Taco Bell working for hours. Stir the beans, Pop-Pop.
It's like I think of it like time traveling. Like if I could go back in time, like if I could go back in time tonight and go back to like the 20s, knowing everything I know right now, I don't think I would make a difference. I don't think you guys would even hear about it. I don't think you would. I just don't, like, because I don't have anything to get, like I would go back and I would see like some guy on an old phone and I'd be like, hey, eventually they have phones you like carry in your pocket. And they're like, yes, like how do they do it? I'm like, I don't know how they do it. I think it's a satellite. They're like, what's a satellite? Oh, I should have even said that. It's like metal. Metal's got to go pretty high in the air. I don't know if you guys are doing. I don't even know if I could prove I'm from the future. I don't even think I could. I think I would just get stuck because they would want something like, who's the next president? Oh boy. Abraham Lincoln. You guys are gonna love him. He's really good. They just think I'm from the past. That's what they would like. It would just look like they don't have to get a regular job. I would just have to like wait tables or something in the 20s. I would go back in time and do worse than I'm doing right now.
No more letting people over 65 forward emails. They can use the internet, they just can't forward emails. They cannot contain themselves, they forward everything. I spend hours a day deleting the emails of my father-in-law and my mother. And my father-in-laws are always the political ones. If you don't send this to 1 million people tonight, you are not an American. Well, I was gonna watch TV, but this is gonna take a while. And my mother's are always the humorous ones, which she mislabels in the subject line. She'll have funniest thing I've ever seen. No, it's not, Mother. It's 2 kittens in a clothes basket. At best, it's mildly amusing, and you're distracting me from surfing the web looking for nursing homes within driving distance.
Also, I want to tell you guys, I live in New York City. It's a fun place. I live in like a very kind of family-oriented neighborhood. I don't know if you guys I've seen this as a popular trend now. People like to have a family and they'll buy a minivan. Right? Then they buy these like little decals, these stick figures, to represent the members of the family, and they put them on the back window of the SUV, right? The dog. That's right. Yeah. It's kind of odd to me. It's almost like they're advertising, like, don't crash, because this is what you'll be hurting if you... Or they're bragging. I don't know. Anyway, I'm walking down the street in my neighborhood. I see a minivan. It's parked. It has just the dad sticker on it. Oh my God, someone murdered their whole family. They're giving us a clue. Could have been something positive. Maybe it was just like a single guy who was really optimistic and just bought a family starter pack, you know? Like a crappy minivan and like a dad sticker, like, it'll happen one day. It could have been a divorce, that'd be sad. If it was a divorce, that means someone went to the trouble to go out to the minivan and scrape the rest of the family off. We're taking the stickers too, dickhead.
I've got 3 kids. That means I've got 3 checklists of school supplies. Don't they know it's still summer? So I use Instacart to order everything from Staples, gel pens, graphing calculators, etc. With one order, the checklists are checked off, and I'm chucking them. Now back to our regularly scheduled summer. Get school supplies from Staples, delivered in as fast as 1 hour via Instacart. Visit instacart.com to get free delivery on your first 3 orders. Offer valid for a limited time. Minimum order $10. Additional terms apply.
Wherever you are, whatever the time, it's always golden hour with Gold Peak Real Brewed Tea. Our high-quality tea leaves are brewed once, just for you, making every sip hit different. Golden hour anytime vibes? Ooh, that's gold. Gold Peak Real Brewed Tea. Click to start sipping.
Discover credit cards automatically double all the cash back you earn at the end of your first year, which means... Wait, hold up. Question for the audio engineer.
Go ahead.
Did I read that right? Discover automatically doubles all your cash back?
Yeah, that's what the script says.
So if I get a Discover card right now, I can earn twice the cash back.
Apparently. Wait! Unlimited first-year cash back match, only from Discover. See terms and learn more at discover.com/match.
When I travel with my kids, we always try and do one educational thing a day. It usually involves going to a museum. And museums are great, they're important, but they're also exhausting, right? Acting like you're interested in that crap. There's so much pressure to be impressed in a museum. It's like, ooh, look at that, kids. Wow, that's a water fountain. What do we got over here? And I've been to all types of museums. You know, I've been to children's museums, which are really just museums of diseases your kids can get from other people's kids. It's like, why don't you go over there and see if we can get the chicken pox? In Stockholm, I brought my kids to a ship museum, the Vasa Museum. It was a ship museum, but it only had one ship. So it felt more like a ship garage. But that one ship, the Vasa ship, sunk on its maiden voyage in Stockholm's harbor in the 1700s, which is not good. But that's the largest attraction in Sweden. Most countries, their big attraction is a design marvel, like the Sydney Opera House or the Eiffel Tower. But Sweden was like, here's our boat that didn't float. This is why we make furniture that ironically floats.
The only person who would talk to me at this point was Jenny. One night we were out to dinner at a restaurant, and she's talking to me, but I'm not listening because I'm writing down ideas I have for the case. On my napkin, I've drawn out a diagram of the intersection and the angles the cars were coming from and going to, and the lanes that we were in, the laws the other driver broke, and the phone numbers I'm gonna call that week. And I'm so angry, I'm writing over my own handwriting to the point where I'm ripping through the napkin, and Jenny looks at me and she says, "What are you doing?" I said, "Well, this is my case." And she says, well, why don't you work on that in the morning? And I said, well, which part of this napkin don't you understand? Jenny says, Mike, you're right. But it's only hurting you, and I'm just so glad that you're alive, and I think that we should focus on that. She only has to say it once, and I give up the case, and I pay for this guy's car. July 7th, 2007, Jenny and I went to City Hall and got married. I still didn't believe in the idea of marriage, and I still don't. But I believe in her, and I've given up on the idea of being right. Thank you guys so much.
No one can deal. How about these people with the fake service dogs? You see these creeps? Fake service, there's real service dogs that help real people. Then a girl shows up with a Pekingese sticking out of a Hello Kitty handbag and acts like it's working. And how little do you have to think of yourself to scam a certificate and show it at the gate? I have to have this puppy with me on this flight or I'm gonna lose my marbles. Oh, by all means, welcome aboard. What could possibly go wrong with your crazy ass? At 40,000 feet. I got on a flight the end of last year. There was a woman next to me. I'm not making any of this up. Middle seat. She turned to me. She had a chihuahua in a baby Bjorn. I swear to head, penis, legs, and dog arms. The look of humiliation in this animal's face. He was just like, I apologize. We normally walk. We've been walking up till now. I'm gonna have to get pants. This is upsetting. I can't reach.
Oh. You know what else? There's another safety thing I read about that you can get. Volvo, they have a new keyless entry device, and it has a heartbeat sensor on it. So it's like you aim it at your car and you press it. If it flashes, that means someone is hiding in your car, and they're going to kill you. That's just what's going to happen. It's going to get real if you go to your car. The only thing, though, it's like $1,000, which is kind of expensive. So if you don't have the money, what you can do is you can just look in your window. That's the other way, yeah. It's not as flashy, I'll admit that. It's not as flashy, it's the same. It's the same. I had a guy try to convince, like I told him about it, and he tried to convince me that it was for when people leave their babies in the car. Like, I was like, are you out of your mind, dude? Like, that's no way. Like, I've heard a few stories where that's happened, not millions, that they need to invent something for that. Like, how often does he think, like, people are just walking away from their car, like, pretty regularly, and being like, you know what, I cannot, for the life of me, remember if I brought my baby with me today. And how far would you park to be like, I do not want to walk back and check. I don't have time to be zigzagging all over this parking lot. Like, they should do something, you know? I got an idea for this.
I was a pretty stupid kid, also. I used to get talked into making crank calls, you know? My older brothers and friends would just stand around me. Okay, Brian, make some crank calls. Make some crank calls. And I get all nervous and mess them up. Do you have frog legs? No, do you serve them? No, do you have them? You're stupid! Brian, relax, man. You gotta relax when you make the crank calls. Do another one, concentrate. Is your refrigerator running? It's not. Oh. Okay, you have a good day now. You take luck. Brian, do this one. Read it so you don't mess it up. Do you have Prince Albert in the can? You do? Well, then you better take him out because he is suffocating. He wants to know what that hang up. You're stupid! You stupid person!
You guys are clearly a cocaine crowd. That is surprising in a recession, but I guess in tough times you hold on to what's most important to you. Oh, speaking of drugs, I drove through downtown today. Wow, that is an interesting area. That is, it changes quickly. Just all of a sudden you're in a click neighborhood, and I don't know if you know what I mean, but I mean you drive through it and you go, click. You know what I'm talking about? Even if you don't have automatic doors, you've done it. Just be like, Maybe you're not related. Maybe you grew up rich. You grew up in a mansion somewhere. You drive through a neighborhood different. You're like, 4-bedroom houses! Click. Like whatever it is for you. So that we may all relate to one another. I'm not really scared of the ghetto, though. I'm not. I'm from a bad neighborhood. I'm not scared by it. No, I'm from Jamaica, Queens. It's not a nice place. No, I'm not scared. I'm scared of the trailer park. That's terrifying. How scary is it when a bad neighborhood can move? Just show up on your lawn and explode. That's right, explode, because the trailer's in the meth and that's what happens. Some of you are with me, some of you are like, that's not funny, man, that's not funny. That's right, because if you do too much meth, you lose your teeth. Which is hilarious, because you need teeth to say the word meth. Haha, God's intervention. But I want more meth. But your life is enough of a myth.
I think it's strange. Like Canada, it starts off normal. The further east you go, the crazier it gets. Like Newfoundland is like bam, 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 bam. Newfoundland is like the crazy uncle that you don't introduce to friends until you've known them for a long time. Like, I don't want them to think I'm like that. Everything is crazy in Newfoundland. Everything. It's like, in Newfoundland, what time zones? Do you want to be in the same time zone as the Maritimes? We'll go a half hour earlier. Worldwide time zones are done by the hour. We'll go half hour. Okay. Just final housekeeping here. Is Newfoundland 3 words or 2 words? 1 word. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Please put your hands together for Mr. Mike Birbiglia, everybody.
Oh, you didn't have to. How are ya? Nice to see ya. John got my last name right. It's Birbiglia. Everyone gets it wrong. When telemarketers call, they'll be like, "Good afternoon, may I speak with Mr.?" Oh, man. Gabigaboo. So I just have to spell it on the phone like it's B as in boy, I-R-B again, I-G-L-I-A. I wish my last name were just boy. I'd be like, it's B as in boy, and then the rest of the word boy. I'm Italian. My family's not real Italian. We're like Olive Garden Italian. Sometimes people come up to me, they'll be like, in Italy it's pronounced Birbiglia. I'm like, in America, you're annoying. It was a hard name to have growing up. The kids would call me names like Berbigglebug and Berbibliography and Faggot. I was an altar boy when I was a kid, and the answer is no, I wasn't. And I think it's because they knew I was a talker. And also, I was so bad at it, I think they thought, well, if he's just bad at lighting candles. Very ambitious as a child. I wanted to be a comedian or a rapper or the owner of a pizza restaurant where third graders could hang out. Those are my goals. And it surprises people that I want to be a comedian because I'm just very awkward in my life. I have a habit of making awkward situations even more awkward. Like, I was moving a new bed into my apartment recently, and this woman who lived in the building opened the front door for me with her key, and she goes, I'm not worried because a rapist wouldn't have a bed like that. Now, what I should have said was nothing. What I did say was you'd be surprised. And there's nothing you can say after that. You're just like, whatever. See you around the building, you know, that kind of thing. It's hard not to end up in awkward conversations because every topic is off limits. Like, you can't talk about movies anymore. Like, I was talking to this girl, and I was like, I hated that movie. And then she was like, that movie was the reason I stopped cutting myself. And then I had to pull it back. I'm like, it was pretty good. I liked the ending when she didn't cut herself. I thought that was redemptive.
Success is picking up extra shifts, but now you want to be the boss. Success is getting your foot in the door, but now you want to take the next step. Success looks different to everyone. And for more than 75 years, University of Maryland Global Campus has helped working adults like you succeed again. Choose from more than 125 degree and certificate programs with online and hybrid courses. Apply now with no application fee and get started August 16th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate by Chev.
All right, Guardians. Let them know we're coming.
Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 is now streaming on Disney+.
Let's give them something to remember us by.
I'm Groot.
Bro, not like that.
Critics agree it's laugh out loud funny, and it only gets better when you watch it again.
You're all just making up stuff that he's saying, right?
Seems intuitive.
Oh, please.
The trilogy is now complete. Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, rated PG-13, may be inappropriate for children under 13. Now streaming only on Disney+.
Tent.
Check.
Sleeping bag.
Check.
Bug spray.
Check. To be well equipped for a camping trip, you need a checklist. To be well equipped all year long, check out your local Lexus dealer. There you'll find special offers on select highly capable Lexus SUVs at the Lexus Golden Opportunity Sales Event. But make sure it's first on your list because these offers end September 5th. Click the banner to discover more. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
I just like old-fashioned things. I was in Connecticut recently doing white people stuff, and yeah. One day, well, it doesn't matter why, but I was sitting in a gazebo, and there was a plaque on the gazebo, and it said, this gazebo was built by the town in 1863. That is in the middle of the Civil War, and the whole town built a gazebo. What was that town meeting like? Like, all right, everyone, first order of business. We have all the telegrams from Gettysburg with the war dead. Let's see here. Okay, everyone's husband and brother, and everyone died. Okay, Josiah, you had something? Yes, I do. How'd you like to be indoors and out of doors all at once? Ever walking through the park with your betrothed and it starts to rain, but you still want to hold hands? Well, may I introduce you to, and my condolences again to everyone, the gazebo! Building a gazebo during the Civil War. That'd be like doing stand-up comedy now. Yes. Thank you for clapping at my political gazebo material. I'm very brave.
I love doing comedy. There was a time I was going to quit. I was going to quit early on. I tried. Then there was no one to quit to. No one. Here's why I do it. I think why. My dad is an entertainer as well. He's a magician. Still is a magician. Started as a clown. Just, I don't want to come off like I come from some rich magic family. And I'm better than you guys. He paid his dues, his clown dues. It's weird when your dad's a clown. It's weird every day. I never trusted clowns, Like, have you ever been yelled at by a clown? I have. Do you know how confusing that is to get screamed at by a guy who's got a smile painted on his face?
And you can keep playing for hours. Until you get to old rock stars. You can't do it. Nobody fucking looks like them, okay? You can't be like, Keith Richards, Rolling Stones. Remember your friend that drowned a couple years ago? Like that. What? Sorry, that's the best I could do. You do not have a friend that looks like Keith Richards, okay? And if you do have a friend that looks like Keith Richards, then you know Keith Richards. That's fucking awesome. That's him. Ask him for tickets.
I did nothing today. Didn't feel any pressure to do anything. Some places you feel like a pressure to do something, like St. Louis, you gotta go see our arch. I don't want to. Go look at our arch. Why don't I just go to McDonald's and see 2? San Antonio, you gotta go to the Alamo. I was gonna nap. Oh, you gotta stand outside in blistering heat and look at a building. Can't I just say I forgot about the Alamo? You know who didn't want to go to the Alamo? The people who died at the Alamo. I bet their last thought was, I wish I didn't go to the Alamo. I thought it was a rental car company. Can you imagine that level of bravery? 187 Texans fought 2,000 of Santa Anna's finest Mexican troops, and at one point those 187 Texans just decided, we should just fight till we all die. Like if I was there, I would have been like, excuse me, I love the idea of Texas too, but have you tried this Mexican food? It is delicioso. I propose we remember the guacamole. Of course, Vegas, the big assignment, is to gamble. Nobody ever admits they gamble when they go to Las Vegas. You going to Vegas? You going to gamble? No, I'm going to see shows. You're not going to gamble at all? Well, if I walk by a poker table, I might sit down and lose $10,000. I'm mainly going for the shows. We don't like to admit we gamble. People never admit. They're like, I'm not gambling, I'm just pulling this lever. I like to pull levers. It's a good arm workout. I'm not gambling, I'm just watching these horses run and letting the winner determine if I keep my home.
And one day Jenny gets an invitation to the wedding of one of her friends, and she invites me to come along, and I said, oh, no thanks. That doesn't go over so well. She says, why? And I said, well, as you know, I don't believe in marriage, and so I don't buy into the flamboyant pageantry that goes into celebrating it. She said, well, what do you believe in? I said, I don't know. She said, well, if you don't believe in anything, how can you not believe in marriage? And I said, well, first of all, it just doesn't seem necessary. I mean, marriage is an archaic institution invented in the Middle Ages based on exchanging property. I don't want to be a part of that. Second of all, I don't even think we have a common cultural understanding of what marriage even is. I mean, one of me and Andy's friends was about to get engaged, and we were skeptical, and we said, are you sure this is the person you want to be with for the rest of your life? And he goes, yeah, I think so. And we said, well, what if she gets in a car accident and she's disfigured? Would you stay with her then? And he said, maybe. That is not an acceptable answer. Third of all, if I'm so in love, why does it need to be written into a government contract? And I'm not one of these, like, I don't want government up in my business kind of people. I think the government does a nice job delivering the mail and suggesting I don't eat poison. But I just don't understand why they need to be involved in my personal relationship. Then finally, if marriage is religious, shouldn't I believe in the religion? I've been to more weddings than my friends where the people on the altar don't believe in the religion of the church they've invited us to. Some of them even go to classes with the priest in advance to more elaborately lie about believing in a religion they don't believe in, just to have a wedding in a fancy building. That is insane! That's how I feel! So I explained this to Jenny. And Jenny says, well, if you ever did want to get married, I would marry you. And I said, why? Aren't you listening to any of this? And Jenny says, that's how I feel.
Hey, sweetie, what do you think of our new car from Carvana?
Think it can handle our busy family?
Well, we have 7 days to see. First, we can take the scenic route to the beach and stargaze through the moonroof. We'll see if your drums fit in the trunk. Then we can pick up Mommy's friends and check out that legroom. And we should really visit Grandma. She's getting up there.
That's like a whole lifetime in 7 days.
And like one busy family.
With our 7-day money-back guarantee, you can confidently shop for cars 100% online. Visit Carvana.com for all terms and conditions. We'll drive you happy at Carvana.
Success is picking up extra shifts, but now you want to be the boss. Success is getting your foot in the door, but now you want to take the next step. Success looks different to everyone, And for more than 75 years, University of Maryland Global Campus has helped working adults like you succeed again. Choose from more than 125 degree and certificate programs with online and hybrid courses. Apply now with no application fee and get started August 16th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate by Chev.
Discover credit cards automatically double all the cash back you earn at the end of your first year, which means... Wait, hold up. Question for the audio engineer.
Go ahead.
Did I read that right? Discover automatically doubles all your cash back?
Yeah, that's what the script says.
So if I get a Discover card right now, I can earn twice the cash back.
Apparently. Wait! Unlimited first-year cash back match, only from Discover. See terms and learn more at discover.com/match.
It's fun to be married. I've never been supervised before. I'm supervised. She studies what I do, like an anthropologist. She'll be like, sometimes he will watch a movie on TV, even though he already owns that movie on DVD. Pointing this out to him confuses and upsets him. I had no supervision when I was a kid. We were free to do what we wanted, but also with that, no one cared about kids. I grew up before children were special. I did, very early 80s, right before children became special. Like, I remember when milk carton kids became a thing. When they were like, hey, we should start looking for some of these guys. I don't think they're just blowing off steam. No one cared about my opinion when I was a little kid. No one cared what I thought. Sometimes people would say, what do you think you're doing? But that just meant stop. They didn't actually want to know my thought process. They didn't want me to be like, well, I was gonna put this bottle rocket into this carton of eggs so that when I lit off the bottle rocket, the eggs would explode everywhere. Oh, well, that's very interesting. And what brought you to this experiment? Oh, well, thank you for asking. Well, you know how I'm filled with rage? I'm so horny and angry all the time, and I have no outlet for it, so... eggs.
Thank you. Wow. Wow. Sorry. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. It's, you know, I'll be honest with you, I don't think the show's gonna be as good as that. Like, I think I will let you guys down. Thank you guys so much. That was unbelievable. You guys are great. And it's just, you know, I feel like we've peaked, so let's just get doing it, something. All right. I'm very excited to be here. My name is Nate. I'm married and stuff. This is what marriage feels like, by the way, what it feels like in here right now. It's just one person talking, the other's like, I'm gonna get out of here. I'm from Nashville, and me and my wife, we were in Nashville last summer, and we went out on the lake with some of our friends, and we were like floating around in the water, and there was a guy in a boat like right next to us, and my wife was like, oh, that's my ex-boyfriend in that boat. Now, I didn't know who he was, so she didn't have to say that at all, you know? She was just basically like, you having fun? Because I like to put a stop to that. And make you stare at this guy the rest of the day. So I'm like staring at him, and then I look at my wife, and she's staring at him, and I feel like she's staring at him to see what her life would be like if she didn't marry me. So I started staring at him because I was like, I'm gonna see what my life would be like if I didn't marry her, you know? And we were putting so much pressure on this guy, and we stared at him for a while. He did nothing exciting at all. And, you know, we looked back at each other and just realized, you know what, we don't have a boat. That's the only difference. My friends were like, you should have went and tried to fight him. Why didn't you go fight him? And I was like, well, I would have had to swim over to that fight. So I don't know how intimidating that is for a guy to see a head in a life jacket floating his way. And then I gotta get in the boat, you know? Like, have you ever tried to climb into a boat from water? It's not aggressive. It takes an hour if no one is in the boat. Like, If he's in there, I'm never gonna get in. I would need his help. I'd be like, could you help me into this boat? I can't tell you why, but I really need in this boat.
You gotta be wary. Using your smart mouth around a woman, woman has mood swings. That's what they do. They get to have these mood swings whenever they come along. That's their thing. They'll be mean to you, and they'll be like, "I'm having mood swings." You know what I mean? And then as a guy, we don't get that. Like if we do anything, they're like, "You're being a dick right now," and you're like, "Your word sounds way better than that one." And mood swings is a lie anyway. That mood swings makes it sound like it's just swinging. Man, we don't know what mood it's gonna hit. I don't know the last time a woman's had mood swings and it's landed on good. Just, bam, nailed it. I promise you, if your wife calls you and says she's having mood swings, don't expect to walk through the door to find her naked cooking brownies. I'm so happy. I think horny's next. Should I be on some medicine? You're like, no, let's ride it out. Let's ride it out.
I saw this wino, he was eating grapes. He's like, dude, you have to wait. I like to drink red wine. This girl says, doesn't red wine give you a headache? Yeah, eventually. But the first and the middle part are amazing. I'm not gonna stop doing something because of what happens at the end. Mitch, do you want an apple? No, eventually it'll be a core. I went to the store, bought 8 apples. The clerk said, do you want me to put them in a bag? I said, oh no, man, I juggle. But I can only juggle 8. If I'm ever here buying 9 apples, fucking bag them up. I saw a guy juggling chainsaws. It was cool, but unless something needed to be sawed down, then it's just annoying. It's like, come on, Rick, can we use one? Track number 5 will not be chainsaw juggling. It will be this one.
I have to admit, I'm a little disappointed by the number of Tim Hortons in town. There's some, but you go to some cities in Canada, and the number of Tim Hortons is uncomfortable. Like you drive by the 5th one, and you're like, is this a Tim Hortons theme park? Are we sure they're only selling coffee and donuts? Canadians, you guys are always like, that's our Dunkin' Donuts. That's our Dunkin' Donuts. Yeah, in America, we don't have Dunkin' Donuts on every block. Tim Hortons is like America's stop sign. Now I've seen some Tim Hortons in America, and whenever I see a Tim Hortons in America, I always have the same thought. Don't force your culture on us. But you wouldn't know how that feels. Last week, I went to a Canadian Tire store. I don't want to brag. I was kind of surprised to find out they sell more than tires. I don't know why I would think they'd only sell tires. It's not like the store is called Canadian Tire. How important are tires to you people? You know, people love shopping for tires. We lure them in with the tires. And then, boom, we sell them a blender. Nobody in Canada even sounds like that guy. Because inherently, we're trusting. We're very trusting of elevators. We're like, what is this, a casket on a string? Let's hop on. I don't know how it works, but if it shakes, we'll giggle. We giggle because we realize no one's driving the elevator. We're like, we're all gonna die. Should we press one of these buttons or climb through the trap door in the ceiling that leads to every Bruce Willis movie? What do we do? We also giggle because there's no talking on an elevator, right? You get on an empty elevator, you and a friend, and you're like, I'll tell you later. It's like a den of awkwardness. You just stand there like, are we supposed to kiss? What are we doing? It's very strange. Not as awkward as a stairwell. You ever been in an abandoned stairwell by yourself? You encounter strangers coming the other way. There's always that moment where you meet eyes where you're like, if you don't rate me, I won't rate you. What are you doing in this? What am I doing in this? Are we in an episode of Law and Order? But we volunteer for these awkward situations. Sometimes we pay to participate, like water parks. Those are fun, but there's always that moment where you're like, is this a meeting of people I don't want to see in swimsuits? Because there are people walking around water parks with a confidence that they shouldn't have. And you almost admire it. You're like, you go away from me. You try and figure it out. You're like, is it the fumes from the toxic chemicals combined with the children's urine? What gives you that swagger that would make Beyonce blush? But you don't want to be judgmental. You're like, you know what? They're there for their kids. I'm here for my kids. And compared to them, I look like Magic Mike. So, God bless them.
Hey, Spotifyers. Click or tap the banner to listen to This Is WizKid, the essential tracks all in one playlist. Brought to you by Douce, the modern expression of cognac. Enjoy responsibly. Douce is a trademark imported by Douce Spirits, Coral Gables, Florida. Cognac, 40% alcohol by volume. Must be 21 plus to enjoy Douce Cognac.
Man, this is a nice truck.
Yeah, check this out.
What?
I changed it to remind me of my time at sea.
Weren't you in the Air Force?
Yeah, but I really love the ocean.
You could save and get $200 with Navy Federal Credit Union when you refinance your auto loans from another lender, leaving you with extra to spend on other things. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Credit and collateral subject to approval. Refinance loans must be at least $5,000 to be eligible for the $200. Terms and conditions apply. Learn more at NavyFederal.org.
Summer is just about over, which means it's time for a vacation. A vacation for your lawn, that is. Summer heat and humidity take a toll on your grass, but aeration and seeding from Virginia Green can help it recover. We use the latest equipment to double-core aerate your soil and a proprietary weed-free seed that produces a healthy green lawn. So this fall, give your lawn a vacation with Virginia Green. Get your free estimate today at virginiagreen.com.
It's all about communicating. My favorite question. 6 months we're married. I'm leaving the house. I got golf clubs on my shoulder. I got golf shoes in my hand. I'm walking through my living room, and every woman in this room knows what my wife asked me. Where are you going? I was only married a few months. I looked at her. I said, I'm going bowling, Columbo. That would be the wrong answer. 2 hours later, I was still in my living room. Come on, baby, please, just tell me what this is about. If you hurry, honey, I can make the back nine. Come on. It's about the right answer. That's what it's about. It's about knowing why your beautiful, intelligent wife would ask such a ridiculous question. Today, 20 years later, if I'm leaving my house with golf clubs on my shoulder and golf shoes in my hand, and I'm walking through my living room and my wife goes, where you going? Oh, I'm gonna put these in the car, honey, then I'm gonna come back and mow our lawn. That's where I'm going. Right.
So I lean in to kiss Jenny, and she says, oh, no, thank you. But she agrees to go out with me in New York. We're both living in New York, and she gave me her number, and I typed it in my phone. From that point on, she would be Jen, Irish pub, nice. A few weeks later, I took her out to a restaurant I couldn't afford to show her how much money I could put on my credit card. We're out to dinner, and she says to me, she goes, everyone hates me at work. And I said, why would they hate you? I love you. She goes, you love me? I go, I mean, you seem cool. I pulled it back. I didn't want to show all my cards. just about 9 of them. One of the other things that she said of note on this date is she said, you know, sometimes I'll date 2 people at once, and that way I'm never let down by either person. I said, that seems like a really smart plan. Like, I'd like to do that as well. And she said, I'm still kind of seeing my ex-boyfriend, John, and you can see other people too, but you have to tell me if you're seeing them. And I was like, all right, sounds like a plan. Got it. Break. I gotta go find some more people, you know? And so a few nights later, I'm in another city and I do a show, and after the show, I went out to a bar and I ended up making out with this random girl. And then a few nights later, I'm out to dinner with Jenny, and she says, how was your trip? And I said, it was great. I did some shows. And then one night, I ended up making out with this random girl. And that didn't go over very well. In the conversation, I could sense that something was wrong. And I was like, but I'm right about that, right? Like, I'm supposed to tell you if that happens, right? And she says, yeah, but it doesn't mean that I won't lose interest in you. And I said, that's a whole new clause. That's a twist. What is this, a romantic comedy version of The Usual Suspects? I said, are you still seeing John? And she said, sometimes. I said, well, don't you see the contradiction in that? And she says, yes. And it gets very quiet because we were falling in love.
Real problem is the only way to lose weight is someone my size is you have to get a personal trainer. And here's the problem with that. As a general rule, I don't like personal trainers. On a personal level. Because I feel like they're judging me because they're fit and I'm not, and that's the only thing that matters in their universe. Like, I want a trainer that gets that there's way more to life than just that. I want a trainer that'll say, hey man, you may not be fit, but you know what? You're smart and you're super funny. In fact, you're perfect just the way you are. Let's go get a slice. Then instead of working out, we just eat pizza and talk about how special I am. It's the kind of trainer I want. I think I want my mommy, is what I'm saying.
Now, it's cool doing comedy because I get to travel. I travel all over the world doing comedy. I was in Nebraska for some reason. I noticed that some of the airports, they don't have enough security. One airport didn't even have a real metal detector. It was just a lady standing there with an attitude. He looked like he got something. Beep. Did you just say beep? This is gonna stop me. Excuse me, Michael Jr., we're gonna have to use a wand on you. I was like, all right, that's cool, and I spread my arms out. This little dude named Juan came over and started frisking me.
I'm very close with my family. I am the godfather to my brother's little girl, and I hate to admit this, but I didn't know until she was 2 years old that being a godfather actually meant something. I thought it was a formality, like a best man at a wedding or an iTunes agreement. Turns out if anything happens to my brother and his wife, God forbid, I gotta take care of my niece. I never would have signed up for this if I read the rule book. Nothing will make you care more about your brother's health. I am mailing him boxes of vegetables and P90X DVDs. I got a 7-year-old niece. She got a visit from the tooth fairy. She's all excited about that. She goes, Uncle Keith, I got $20 from the tooth fairy. 20? Did you have an ivory tusk in your face? Who's getting $20 for a tooth? If that was the rate when I was a kid, I'd be brushing my teeth with Dr. Pepper and a Snickers bar. I'd be saving up for a bike. I'd be the freaky toothless kid in the neighborhood. But I bought my bike.
Fish. I was in Israel Israel went down to breakfast. The entire breakfast buffet in Israel was fish, different types of disgusting fish. I know it's always comforting when a pale blonde guy is criticizing Israel. This is gonna go well. Grab your iPhone. It's this look. It's not easy looking like Hitler's wet dream, all right? This is not a good look. This is not the look you want for the tour of the Holocaust Museum. I've been at the Holocaust Museum in DC. I think everyone should go. I just suggest you don't look like me. I was walking around, people were like, he did it! That's the guy from the photo! He's not in Argentina, he's right here! Get him! Actually, I'm too pale for Hitler, right? Hitler been like, I said Aryan, not snowman. I mean, meet me halfway, people. By the way, that's how Hitler sounded. I'm Hitler, baby, the Hitler man can. I'm a very pale white guy. You know, I've yet to be the victim of any type of discrimination. I have been the victim of someone assuming I'd enjoy a racist joke. Have you ever had that? You're like, well, why would you think I'd want to hear that? Hey, he looks like he'd enjoy a little hatred. Maybe this bigotry will brighten his day. If anyone would have a problem with people with pigmentation, be the pale fella. But I know what I look like. I'm not saying I don't forget. You ever forget what you look like and then you walk in front of a mirror and you're like, oh no. When did that happen? Because during the day you're like, I'm Brad Pitt, I'm John Goodman. What's wrong with John Goodman?
All this stuff. You ever catch the same movie on 2 different channels with like that 2-second delay? Oh. Have you not? That's like one of the greatest joys in life. The other day I'm flipping channels, I caught like Forrest Gump was on like HBO and TBS, right? I'm like, Janae, Janae. Honey, get in here, it's doing it again. Right? And then for like the whole movie, like, run, Forrest, run, Forrest. Lieutenant Dan, you ain't got no legs. Lieutenant Dan, you ain't got no legs. That's all the kind of shrimp they is. That's all like you think a commercial's gonna mess it up. Get it off sync, but it doesn't. It's amazing. You better hope it's not a Rocky marathon. I'll be there all day. One time in my life, I caught the same movie on 3 different channels. Yeah, and I will tell you, it was incredible. It was incredible. It was incredible.
Feel every beat of summer at Busch Gardens Williamsburg. Catch live concerts by Maddie and Tay, Flo Rida, and more. Rock to the rhythms of the Coke Studio DJ Dance Party. Escape the storm on the all-new Dark Coaster. And discover more world-class thrills and all-new shows. Turn up the fun after sundown during summer nights. And enjoy the ice-cold refreshment of Coca-Cola all day. Only at Busch Gardens. Save up to $30 on a special Coca-Cola all-day drink plus ticket offer. Refillable souvenir bottle included. Restrictions apply.
Too late isn't in your vocabulary. Reach your next goal at University of Maryland Global Campus. Apply now and save with no application fee. Undergraduate and most graduate courses start August 16th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate by Chev.
From the humans who brought you Cocaine Bear and 21 Jump Street.
You are a straight. You can do anything you want.
On August 18th, Will Ferrell.
Having a great time.
Jamie Foxx.
We gon'
Strays in theaters August 18. Rated R. Get tickets now.
Fresh produce is the best produce. That's why at Kroger, we invest in local farmers to bring you the freshest seasonal picks. So no matter how you shop, your local produce always tastes 100% fresh, or you get a 100% refund. Guaranteed. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
We've locked in low prices to help you save big store-wide. Look for the locked in low prices tags and enjoy extra savings throughout the store. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
I didn't realize how good I was with computers until I met my parents. My parents are like what would happen if you gave a monkey a computer. You know, they just kind of like bat it and sniffing, pooping their hands, and rubbing on the keys. And it's not like I know anything about computers. I know one thing. I know that if a stranger emails you an attachment, you shouldn't open it. You know, like, and my parents didn't get the memo on that one, and they're lonely, you know, so they open everything. They're just like, we got mail from XR Zebo and monkeys.tv, you know, or whatever, I don't know. And I'm like, that is not your friend. Like fun, is that your friend? They ended up with a porn virus on their computer that was unlike anything I'd ever seen in my entire life. It was hardcore porn on the desktop, on the screensaver. The icons became dildos. A guy jumped out of the screen and was like, where's your daughter? You know, it was literally terrifying. And my parents were so sad because when they left Circuit City, they did not think this was in the realm of possibility. My mother called me. I was upstairs. She couldn't even describe it. She was just like, Michael, something happened with the computer. And I couldn't do it. I didn't know what to do. And so for like a week, it was a very awkward week in the Bahuski household because my parents were secretly suspicious of one another, that the other person had ordered this service for the computer. Like, I'd never talked to my parents about sex, never mind our porn preferences, you know, like, the closest thing to a sex talk was when I was in college. I had my first serious girlfriend, and my dad looked at me cryptically, and he goes, you're playing with fire. And that was the whole conversation. I didn't know what to say. I was like, I got a hose. I don't know. You gotta fill the awkward void with something. But I figured out how to get the virus to go away. I actually called Joe Bags, and he helped me out, and we got it to go away. But when I left the house, my parents had placed the computer in the corner of the house with the screen facing the wall, like the computer had done something wrong.
As I mentioned, I am married, and I am happily married. It's great. Yeah, we fight sometimes, but it's always about silly things that don't really matter. You know, like the other day, we were having a nice dinner, and I asked my wife if she had a Kleenex. And she said, if you don't think I should carry a purse, don't ask me for things that I keep in my purse. Sorry. I was like, what's this? What are you talking about? Turns out 3 weeks earlier, I said to her, I'm glad I get to carry a wallet instead of a purse. And we kept talking about that for 3 weeks inside her head. Apparently, Head Me has some pretty bad things to say about purses.
Purse and everything. I'll tell you what, I grew up in America, and I know before the lawyers took over, where if a kid wanted to maim himself, we had a lot of ways of maiming ourselves. Remember BB gun fights? Remember those? What do you shoot beer cans for about an hour, and one kid goes, you know, we could shoot each other. And everybody in our neighborhood had them CO2 gas-powered pistols. My mother gets me a Daisy 1 pump. Familiar with that? Guys know what I'm talking about. Went about 6 feet with an arc. Hit a sparrow in the head once, didn't even wake the bird up. My buddies had them CO2. Those things go through concrete. My Daisy wouldn't penetrate Cool Whip. And my dad calls up, wanted to buy my son a BB gun. That's what he said, can I get you boys BB guns? I said, yeah, and pick his little brother up a set of glass eyes. My son goes, I won't shoot my brother. I said, if you didn't shoot your brother, I'd have you in for a psychiatric evaluation. I shot my sister so many times, she told her husband that her cellulite was BB wounds for me. And he believed her, so who's the moron in this conversation? What you did to your sister's thighs.
Watch everybody, man. Also watch vehicles. If some cars could talk, they would have some serious complaints. Like a Geo Metro. Look at me, man, I'm a Geo Metro. I'm one of the smallest vehicles on the market. Why the biggest human being in the world got to buy me? We the same size. Can I get a ride once in a while? Then after that, some black people bought me. I'm about to run out of gas. I just added that just now. I don't know why.
Woke up today at 7 a.m. Got out of bed around 1:30. Because I need a good reason to get out of bed, like fire. And that won't even get me out of bed. One time I was in a hotel, the fire alarm went off. I didn't even get out of bed. I was like, that's a test. I bet my life that's a test. I don't understand the morning people. Even on my day off, I'll get up at 6. We should be able to hit these people. I'm jealous. Yes, hatred. Applaud hatred. But in reality, I'm jealous. I mean, you have to understand, my role models were the grandparents in that movie, Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. I remember watching that movie as a kid and seeing the scene with the grandparents in bed and thinking, I like these people. I like what they're all about. They were in bed full time. What if we did this till we died? They weren't even watching television. They were looking at the other grandparents. How's your bed? It's good. It's good. It's the same as your bed. They were so into bed. They lived in poverty. Their grandson got a golden ticket where he could win an entire chocolate factory, and only one of the grandparents got out of bed. The other three were like, hey, good luck, Charlie. You win the factory and make me a chocolate bed. Typically, I have to get up early because I have young children and they want to experience things like life. What are we doing today? Well, I was hoping to nap. Can we go outside? It's closed.
Feels incredible. Let's all do it for each other. You're next. I'll go off. That was an impressive way to do that. Thank you guys. This is so great to do the show for you and then a show for an audience later that's going to be watching in their living room. Good to see you. There you are. Braxton, look at you. Having a great time on the couch. Yeah, and Brinley and Emerson and Tyler and Taylor and Saylor, S-A-Y-L-O-R. Yeah, you're there. Of course you're there. Of course you watch VidAngel. And Brexit, good to see. Glad you tuned in.
I want to own a pizzeria too. When I was a kid, I love pizza. I love it. I love it like I would marry it. but it'd just be an elaborate ploy to eat her whole family at the reception. The problem with marrying pizza is pizza's always hanging out with salad. Salad is like pizza's friendly but annoying friend. Salad's fine sometimes, but once in a while you gotta be like, look, salad, me and pizza want to be alone. Pizza's a great metaphor for America. You know, it started in Italy, and then we brought it over here, and then we made it better than the original, and then we invaded Iraq under false pretenses, and it's got pepperoni and sausage, and I just love it, man. I just love pizza. It's like it's Italy, and it rules. It's totally you guys. I'm not that political as a comedian. I don't know. Like, I feel like whether you like him or not, like, Bush, like, seems like a fun guy. Like, he's the kind of guy you invite to the barbecue because you know he's gonna start the wiffle ball game, you know? He's like Wiffle Ball Tony. He's like, yeah, Wiffle Ball Tony's here. All right, it is so on. And then one day somebody's like, we're gonna put Tony in charge of everything. And I'm like, we are? The burgers and the potato salad? I don't know if that's such a good idea. Because he's very competitive. He starts going to the neighbor's lawn, challenging them to wiffle ball games. He's like, I heard you bitches want to play wiffle ball. And they're like, we didn't say that. But he starts chucking hamburgers at them. We're like, Tony, what are you doing, man? He's like, they were going to chuck hamburgers at me. But then it turns out they don't even have hamburgers. They have hot dogs, but they only throw them at each other, so it's cool. But then people get upset. They're like, maybe we shouldn't have gone with Wiffle Ball Tony. Maybe we should have gone with Bookworm Steve, but he's so boring. And then one guy's like, what about Ralph? We could go with Ralph. And we're like, shut up, Ralph. This is no time for joking. People get upset about Bush, though. They're very touchy. Like, I was here last time, and this woman came up to me, and she goes, you know, he could be here. And I go, first of all, no. He's probably on vacation. Second of all, he wouldn't understand the analogy. He'd be like, hamburgers, I go for a hamburger. Because that's what he does when he doesn't understand stuff. He goes, and everyone goes, he gets it. But he doesn't. And that's why we're all gonna die. That's all I'm saying.
Tonight's gonna be epic. July 27th.
Mesmer, the hypnotist, has arrived.
I'm actually down with hypnotism. A Disney original movie.
Tonight, be your most authentic selves. 3, 2, 1.
What just happened? I don't remember anything.
The night they can't remember.
Where is Anna Maria? All we need to do is follow the clues.
With friends they'll never forget.
We gotta do this. For Anna Maria!
The Slumber Party, a Disney original movie. Now available on Disney+.
Discover credit cards automatically double all the cash back you earn at the end of your first year. Which means... Wait, hold up. Question for the audio engineer.
Go ahead.
Did I read that right? Discover automatically doubles all your cash back?
Yeah, that's what the script says.
So if I get a Discover card right now, I can earn twice the cash back.
Apparently. Wait! Unlimited first-year cash back match. Only from Discover. See terms and learn more at discover.com/match.
Oh, geez, Dad, not the car again.
Oh, happens all the time with old Betsy.
Have you checked out Carvana yet? They have thousands of cars for under $20,000.
But do those thousands of cars have personality like old Betsy?
Betsy's held together by tape, and there are raccoons living in the engine.
It's a family car.
There are flames on the hood?
Custom paint job.
No, Dad, the car's on fire.
How many cars did you say Carvana had?
Visit Carvana.com to shop thousands of cars for under $20,000. We'll drive you happy at Carvana.
That's good. Let me ask you guys this. Do you think this is a small town? Do you think this is a big town? What do you guys think? You guys live here? Small? I was born in Boston, so to me, you know, I'm used to bigger towns. Now I live outside Chicago, so I'm used to this. To me, this is a small town. People in small towns freak me out. Because people in small towns always think their town is bigger than it really is. Okay, here's the guideline. If your town has more deer than homeless people, that's a small town. I was in one town so small they had deer working as homeless people. They had little signs, will work for food. Had one deer in a wheelchair. His sign said, please don't hit me again.
I said I was trying earlier. I think I can be honest with you. We both know I'm not trying. Like at all. And that's how you look like this, by not trying every day. Like today I went to McDonald's. Twice. First time was on purpose. I think the second was just a combination of road hypnosis and muscle memory. Twice in the same day, that's nothing. Try going twice in the same shift. Yeah, that's an experience right there. You pull up to the menu, order your food, they say pull around, and you do because you're hungry and obedient. And you get to the window and you see that same person recognize you from earlier and just start questioning everything. They're like, am I stuck in a time loop? Or is this just the saddest man on the planet? Now, being the regular at a diner or a cafe, that's cool. You stroll in, they treat you like part of the family. Being the regular at an Arby's is way less glamorous. You walk in, they're like, ah, him again. Better fire up the second fryer. Need to get more curly fries out of the freezer. Stat!
It likes to drink, too. It likes to drink and have a good time. And by it, of course, I mean me. I noticed it's cool recently to refer to yourself in the third person, so I took it a step further and assigned myself a third-person impersonal pronoun, it. That way I can build a subconscious barrier in my brain between reality and fantasy. It can go out and do whatever it wants. And I share none of its responsibility. It'll go out and get wasted. The next day, its friends will call me up. Dude, you were so hammered at the bar last night. You spent like $300, and we think you banged a dude. It did what? Oh, it is crazy. It's gonna have to get a part-time job if it keeps living la vida loca. All right then, bailamos. Click.
Speaking of foliage, I have to tell you, last October I was in Western Massachusetts, and they're very proud of their foliage. They're like, you see our foliage? Nice job. Good work doing nothing. And I was with a friend, and we drove by this schoolhouse, and my friend was like, you see that schoolhouse? That's the schoolhouse where they wrote Mary Had a Little Lamb. And I was like, am I supposed to be impressed by that? And he is, well, it is a national landmark. And I'm like, are people going, come on, kids, let's go see where they wrote the worst song ever. But what I didn't realize is that Mary Had a Little Lamb, in its day, was a huge hit. It was huge. It was like their Uptown Funk. Which makes you wonder, what was going on in the 1830s? Have you heard that song, Mary Had a Little Lamb? It's the song of our generation. It's so complex. It's about this girl, Mary, who had a lamb that was little. The song explains it better. I'm not doing it justice. My friend told me, he goes, you know, that song's based on a true story. I'm like, well, I hope so. Because that would be the worst made-up story ever. How bad were the other songs of that era? Johnny has a little smallpox. We'll all be dead by 30. And of course, my favorite, why does everyone smell like poo? Jem, don't do that.
Some things haven't changed, and you have to learn to accept. Closet vision. My wife has had closet vision for the entire 20 years of our marriage. She does nothing to try to get rid of it. Maybe some of you understand this. We'll have a date to go out. She goes through the same ritual every time. She gets in the shower, she gets out of the shower. She wraps herself in a towel, she stands in front of her mirror, does her hair, does her makeup. Then she goes to her closet and she goes blind for an hour. I'm telling you, Jeff, there's nothing to wear in here. Every now and then she'll come out of the closet holding something. What do you think of that? I think that's beautiful. Oh, you're just saying that. You're right, you caught me again. Just wanted to get to the restaurant before they changed management one more time. It's amazing how quick her vision comes back once she's dressed. Because that's when she'll look over at me and go, ooh, you're not wearing those clothes out, are you? These are my practice clothes. Only had them on for the last hour and a half. Went out of style while I was waiting for you to get dressed.
I love being a comedian. I really love it, man. I appreciate you guys coming out because it allows me to do that. And this is what oh, thanks a lot, you guys. That's nice. That's really nice. This year, one thing I started doing for the first time was I actually started playing guitar. I learned how to play the guitar, and I'm gonna just play something for you right now. I'm a big fan of music. So like when I'm driving on road trips and stuff, I'll always listen to the radio, and I'll listen to Christian rock by mistake. Because it always starts out as like a Bon Jovi ballad, you know. It'll be like, I woke up in the morning and I got myself some oatmeal and I put some raisins on it, and Christ is God, Christ is God, 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 God. And I'm like, what about the oatmeal? I thought this was the oatmeal song. I feel like every religion should have their own rock and roll, you know? Like there should be Jewish rock, like, I woke up in the morning and I got myself some lox and bagels and I put some cream cheese on them, and Christ isn't God. He's just not God. He's a really nice guy, but don't get carried away. Or like atheist rock, like I woke up in the morning and I got myself a whole box of Cinnamon Toast Crunch, 'cause I just don't care anymore, and there is no God. Sorry about that. Your grandma's in the ground and her soul's staying there. Oh man, that is some dark-ass atheist rock. I wonder what DC would be. What would, I guess agnostic rock? Like I woke up in the morning and I got myself some organic wheat puffs and I put some soy milk on them, and there might be a God. There's really no way to know. He might be a fish or he might be a spoon. Oh man, that's a great point, Mike. Thanks, Mike. All I wanted was a song about oatmeal. I love playing. Oh, thanks. That was a awkward, we're not sure whether to clap moment. I'm not sure either.
At Catholic University, we have a legacy of academic accomplishment in graduate education. Our top-ranked programs, including nursing and social work, prepare individuals to be of service to others and a light to the world. Pursue your passion and advance your career. Classes start August 28, 2023. Online and on-campus classes available. Tap the banner to learn more about graduate programs at Catholic University.
What can defeat delays? The van can. What can put carbon out of commission? The van can. Join a van pool today at GoTraffics.com. Maintenance, insurance, and roadside assistance are included. Not to mention all the time you'll save. Just go to GoTraffics.com and you're on your way. That's GoTraffics.com.
Bath County, Virginia is an outdoor adventurer's paradise. Explore pristine forests and hiking trails. Fish crystal clear lakes, rivers, and streams. Bike miles of open trails. Soak in healing mineral baths. Bath County has something for every outdoor adventurer. To be honest, we have more trees than people out here. Enjoy it all in Bath County this weekend.
So he's 3. Having kids, I didn't realize how many lies there are when you have kids, how much lying. Because not the kids, us as parents, we're lying to these children. You have to lie to children to keep them safe. He's 3, won't take his medication. He won't take medicine. All right, so we trick him. We put it into his applesauce and mix it up. And the secret is the first spoonful's got to be pure applesauce. Then he believes it. Okay? So now he'll tell you if he's sick, he'll go, applesauce, feel better. Right? But now it's backfired. Because now this kid thinks applesauce can cure cancer. I'm worried what happens. He goes to school, cuts his finger. They're like, let's get him a Band-Aid. He's like, no, just take me to the cafeteria. I'll be okay. Breaks his leg. He's like, we gotta take you to the hospital. He's like, no, there's an orchard a mile down. Just roll me around. I'll be back by recess.
Another thing about me, I'm a big, large, fat person. Hi. Hello. I actually counted as all of you were walking into the show tonight and kept track, and I'm easily the 17th or 18th fattest person in this room. I'm just kidding, guys. I'm the fattest. Just wanted to make some of you medium fat people nervous for a second. I think it worked. Right, sir? It worked, right? Yeah. It worked. Just kidding. I actually used to, at the beginning of my shows, announce the real number, just because I thought that was really funny. I'd come out and say, I'm the 4th fattest person in this room. And it would always get a laugh, but it would be delayed. Because first people would look around to find the 3 fatter people in the room. It's like, oh no, I'm just ruining the night for 3 people is what I'm doing. So then I just went with a high number, and I just say that number all the time, and people always laugh immediately. Because they're like, that's impossible. You can't fit 16 more of you in this building. I'm working on it, kinda. You know, I got a Fitbit. Yeah, I don't know what it does. Sometimes it beeps, I don't know what that means. Doesn't work, I've had it for a year. Do these bits look fit to you?
I saw this on the sign outside McDonald's, the big sign, the marquee or whatever. It said, now hiring, apply inside. Yeah, apply inside. Apparently they've determined that there's a big problem. Big problem with potential employees just driving right by. It's just potential. Yeah, I'd like to get a job at that McDonald's, but where do you go to apply? I don't know. I think you go downtown to the sheriff's department. It's all political. It's who you know. Sometimes they put this now hiring, inquire within. That's pretty fancy language for a Taco Bell, isn't it? Did you ever talk like that? It's like Shakespeare wrote the damn sign. I just want to go in there. Is the manager within? Oh manager, wherefore art thou, manager? Surely within the confines of these walls? To make chalupas or not to make chalupas? I was here yesterday to no avail. Inquire within. Inquire within. I guess when you're gonna quit, you gotta give them your fortnight notice, you know? I shan't be returning. I shan't be back. What?
I performed in Lethbridge, Alberta. Lethbridge. If you don't know anything about Lethbridge, don't feel bad. Neither do people in Lethbridge. I asked them, I was like, hey, what should I know about Lethbridge? And they're like, I don't know. Is there anything I should know about Lethbridge? Calgary's 2 hours away. Is this like a temporary city? Did everyone just show up a month ago? We got like a bridge. A lot of those Western Canadian cities have a bridge that they tell you about. We got the longest land bridge over the smallest body of water. I don't know if you should brag about that. That sounds like a mistake. An engineering error. We got a highway with no exits. That might be on purpose, yeah. Kitchener, I had schnitzel. Kitchener, or as I refer to it, Berlin. Because Kitchener is very German, right? Any Germans here? Yeah? That's about the extent of German pride. It helps that we're in the dark. I don't want to lose my job. That's worldwide. I was in Vienna, Austria, and they were like insistent that they were not German. We're not German. We're not German. We're totally different. I mean, we speak German, and our, our culture's German, but, and in every war we fought with Germany, but we're not German. I almost believe you. That's
You guys been to New Orleans? New Orleans? I love New Orleans, man. It's one of the greatest cities on earth. It's also one of the sleaziest cities on earth. Just walk down Bourbon Street, you'll know what I'm talking about. Just walk down Bourbon Street. Every place you go into off of Bourbon Street has its own little stripper. I went to Burger King, got a lap dance with the order fries. I was like, supersize me. And during Mardi Gras, forget about it, dude. That place is out of control during Mardi Gras. I think if the devil were to show up at Mardi Gras, he'd be like, holy shit. These people need rules. I'm out of here. Yes, that's how the devil leaves in my brain. Yeah, of course. He throws a smoke bomb. And he's the genie, apparently. I didn't know I did that. Some hurricane drinks I got down there. You ever have a hurricane drink? They're good. Tasty. They're too good. They sneak up on you. You know? It's not like a real hurricane you can see coming 2 weeks ahead of time. These things come out of nowhere, man, and you were leveled. And you feel like a hurricane because the room will start spinning. You know? You flood your pants. It works on a hurricane!
I've tried with the computers. I took a class in college, it was called Introduction to Computers and Networks, and it was at 8 in the morning. So I went to the first class, and it was way over my head. The guy's talking about computers. So the next morning when I woke up for class, Sleepy Carl just wasn't having it. He was like, why would you go talk about computers when you could stay here and go skiing and your skis will be French toast sticks? I was like, that is the best thing I've ever heard in my entire life. I'm giving you a 401k. And so I never went to class until the class before the final to find out what would be on the final. And I showed up a few minutes early and I sat down and the guy next to me leaned over and he goes, "You think we'll get back the final?" You guys got it a little faster than I did. The reality of the situation kind of came to me in waves. I was like, we took the final? Oh no! And I sprinted out of the class to the computer science department and there was my professor and I said, "Hello," because I didn't know his name. I'm in your class, I misunderstood the syllabus and I missed the final. He didn't even look at me. He just looked at the floor and he goes, "You get the worst grade." I didn't even know what that meant. So I tried to, clarify. I was like, "So I get a 0?" And he was like, "You get the grade that the person who did the worst on the test got on the test." And I thought, that's great news. Because that's what I would have gotten if I had taken the test. Well, it turns out the person who did the worst on the test passed the test. So I passed the test and I passed the class. And I am proud to be an American. And so is our president. He is. He's very happy about it. He's the first president we've elected on the curve.
I've had a great time here, I want to say that. And give yourselves a round of applause. I really enjoyed coming here. A great time. I'll say this, do you guys have Waffle House here? Do you know what Waffle House is? Do you have Waffle House here? God, have you ever been to a Waffle House? You ever been to one? Okay, good. If you've never been to Waffle House, you guys are my witnesses. Waffle House, it's like a ma and pa style diner, most lower end diner. The food there is great, but it is a filthy establishment. Right? If you've been there, you know the food is good. Sometimes you got to bring your own silverware. Right? It's scary, but I love to eat there. And I have a friend, she works at IHOP as a waitress, so she feels snooty compared to this place. She always telling me, "Warren, please stop eating at the Waffle House." I said, "Why? I love it." She said, "Because the girl who serves you your breakfast there is probably the same person who cleans the toilets there." And at first I was like, "Ugh." Then I remembered, that's how it is at my house. You guys have been a lot of fun. Thank you very much.
Meet Joe A, hi, Joe B, hello, and Joe C. What's up? 3 everyday Joes perfecting their banking with Chase. Joe A is locking his lost debit card with the Chase mobile app. Joe B is cruising toward his new ride with AutoSave. And Joe C's Chase banker is helping him budget to go back to school. Tools that help protect, support for what's next. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Messaging and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Hello and welcome to The Kroger Show. At Kroger, everyone wins when it comes to saving big. Because when you order online through the Kroger app, you get the same great prices, deals, and rewards on pickup or delivery that you do in-store, with no hidden fees or markups. And now, shop today and get $15 off your first pickup or delivery order. So whether you're a delivery lover, picker-upper, or you shop in-store, you'll always save big at Kroger. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Hey, sweetie, what do you think of our new car from Carvana?
Think it can handle our busy family?
Well, we have 7 days to see. First, we can take the scenic route to the beach and stargaze through the moonroof. We'll see if your drums fit in the trunk. Then we can pick up Mommy's friends and check out that legroom. And we should really visit Grandma. She's getting up there.
That's like a whole lifetime in 7 days.
And like one busy family.
With our 7-day money-back guarantee, you can confidently shop for cars 100% online. Visit Carvana.com for all terms and conditions. We'll drive you happy at Carvana.
I have weird friends. I'm friends with a 5-year-old. He's my neighbor, and he's just one of these kids that just kind of shows up at your house, and you're like, okay, I guess you're part of the show now. You're at my house. Where are your parents? But okay. You're so lucky I'm me. And I'm just gonna talk to you. And I talk to him, and he tells me about kids at school and somebody who was picking on him, and he was going on. He's like, yeah, this kid, Jeremy, he's just a real juice pouch. And just on and on about Jeremy the juice pouch. And I had to stop him. I was like, hold on, juice pouch? And without skipping a beat, he was like, my mom doesn't let me say douchebag. And just kept going. I was like, I get it, buddy. I get it. I say Bim, my man. And I now say juice pouch, turns out. It's way better than the other one that is probably getting edited out on Braxton's show. Sorry about that, Braxton. I didn't mean to. You gotta cut that one out. I would. Juice pouch, though, much friendlier. That's the way to go.
I like our apartment. I like our bathrooms. I have one gripe with our bathroom, though, and it's the way that it's set up. It's configured in such a way where when you're standing in the shower and you pull back on the shower curtain, that main mirror is right there. And I'm not usually ready for that. Like, because normally if you're gonna be naked in front of a mirror, you kind of psych yourself up a little bit, right? You're just like, all right, here comes the mirror. All right. You just flex the whole time you're in front. Hey, you look pretty good today. All right, just brush your teeth. There we go. And put in my contact lens. All right. All right, you deserve a pizza. Good for you. All right. Somehow I forget every morning. I get done with my shower, I turn off the water, put my shampoo back, pull back the shower curtain. I'd rather see a puma in my bathroom than my naked, disappointed, foggy self looking back at me. Also, whoever it was that designed the mirror to go down to here, we need to talk, because I've also discovered that kind of my personal self-confidence in my body is directly correlated to wherever I wrap the towel around myself. Like some dudes wrap it around here. Stop it. I like to go like right here. If I could wrap it around my neck, that'd be like a cape poncho kind of thing. That's the look I'd like.
Recently, I was invited to a surprise birthday party. It was a surprise birthday party for a dog. That's right, I have friends that are mentally ill. I went, it was in my apartment building, and I needed the material. And to be fair, the dog was surprised. Didn't suspect a thing. Dog didn't know it was his birthday. The dog didn't know it had a birthday. The dog wasn't sure why people were in the apartment. It was the dog's 3rd birthday, which in dog years doesn't matter. Someone made that up, and we just went along with it. Oh, 1 year equals 7 for doggies? Okay. When I see a dog, I'll do math. That's not fulfilling some dog need. You know, there's not a dog sitting in a bar right now going, I'm not 3, I'm 21. I can legally drink. That's not how dogs keep track of time. If you have a dog, you know they don't keep track of time. You've left your home, forgotten something, walked back in, only to be greeted by your dog like you've just returned from war. You're back! It's a miracle! dogs. We just attach these points of view on these poor dogs. Like dog as man's best friend. How desperate are humans? We're best friends, right? Dog's like, well, aren't we different species? But we're best friends forever. You know, you locked me in the house all day with nothing but a bowl of water. You'd think you let your best friend sit on the couch. We're best friends. Now put on this fireman's outfit. We're gonna do a photo shoot for Instagram. You know, sometimes when you sleep, I think about eating your face.
You gotta take care of yourself, man. You have to. I started going back to the gym. I was at the gym the other day for 3 hours. Couldn't remember my locker combination. But it's important to put the time in. You know? I gotta be careful. I got a disc problem in my lower back. I went to a chiropractor for it. Don't recommend it. A chiropractor, there's no medicine involved. A chiropractor does all these adjustments and pushes and twists and turns on you, right? They call themselves doctors, but I don't think a doctor should ever have to touch you with his knee. That dude is hopping on my back like he's trying to close a suitcase on the bed. He's hopping, I'm looking around the room for a diploma. Who told you to do this? A chiropractor is like a guy who wanted to be a wrestler, but he didn't want people fighting back.
I think there's one danger in playing guitar, which is that you can play guitar too much, like and turn into the guy who shows up at the party and just starts playing guitar for no reason. And everyone's like, could you not do that? Because everyone knows his motivation for doing that. And so I wrote a song just for that guy. And it's called Guitar Guy at the Party. I'm the guitar guy at the party. I'm the guitar guy and I think I'll drink a Coke and Bacardi. It might seem like I'm just having fun, but I'm actually not. I'm trying to sleep with your girlfriend. Listen to me as I play this song, 'cause I'm gonna play it regardless. I'm only playing 3 chords so I can make eye contact with different women in the room. I'm gonna try and sleep with your girlfriend, but I'm gonna make it sound like we have a really special bond and we should keep it secret. You know, I think your boyfriend really takes you for granted. When was the last time he told you that your eyes look like space crystals? If you wanna come by my place later, it'd be cool. It's not gonna be like last time. I totally understand why that freaked you out. Maybe if I play free fall and then someone will give me a hand job. Or maybe they'll just sit on my lap and the friction will cause me to have an erection. An erection I will make sure that you won't feel, 'cause I'm classy. And I'm gonna shift it to the left, and I'm gonna shift it to the right, and I'm gonna create a mental image in my head like guys in prison taking a group shower. Here's my story, I'm gonna make sure that I tell it in the proper order. I went to arts camp as a kid and I played the recorder. Then I learned that recorders are for losers and guitars get chicks, and now when I feel like a loser I take this out and sing Wonderwall by Oasis. I play mostly covers, Cat Stevens and Beatles and a couple of others. I do some original songs too, but they're not as well received. Christ is God,
price is God. But I still want that hand job, cause I'm the guitar guy. I'm the guitar guy. I'm the guitar guy. I'm the guitar guy. Ah. Thanks.
Please, Zanies, put your hands together for Mr. Keith Alberstadt. Let him hear it.
Thank you, everybody. All right, we're doing it, huh? All right. I am thrilled to be back in Nashville. I no longer live here. I now live in New York City, and that is quite the adjustment. At the cost of living, they are not kidding about the cost of living up there. Holy crap. My rent is on the low end of the rent spectrum in New York, still considered astronomical to normal people. I tell my friends in Tennessee what I pay in rent. They think I live in a penthouse suite. I tell the same number to my friends in New York. They think my place is haunted. That's the difference. People get annoyed really easily in New York. I'm learning that too. Even your friends. Like, for example, I have asthma. After one recent asthma attack, my own friend rolled his eyes, goes, "Come on, man." Oh, my apologies. Does my inability to breathe ruin your day? Because you gotta get that asthma under control. Get it under... I'm not addicted to asthma. I don't think you know how this works. I did not pick up a sponsor with my inhaler at Walgreens.
Don't miss the final days of end-of-season deals during the truckload event at Lowe's. Right now, save on major appliances and get an additional 10% off in-store clearance appliances. Plus, take up to 25% off select storage totes like the Project Source Commander tote. Just $11.98 was $15.98. Find big savings now. Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid through 8/9. Exclusions apply while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for details.
I started shopping for weekly groceries through Instacart because with young kids, my week is pretty packed. There's Taekwondo, tap lessons, and endless birthday parties. But with Instacart, I can get groceries and weekly essentials delivered in as fast as an hour, which gives me time back. Wait, wasn't it this kid's birthday last month? Visit instacart.com to get free delivery on your first 3 orders. Offer valid for limited time. $10 minimum per order. Additional terms apply.
All right, Guardians.
Let them know we're coming. Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 is now streaming on Disney+.
Let's give them something to remember us by.
I'm Groot.
Not like that.
Critics agree it's laugh out loud funny, and it only gets better when you watch it again.
You're all just making up stuff that he's saying, right?
Seems intuitive.
Oh, please.
The trilogy is now complete. Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, rated PG-13, may be inappropriate for children under 13. Now streaming only on Disney+.
This is good. Can I have one of your candies? Not that one, the other one with the. Why would you offer me the brown candies, lady? Why would you? No, the other, the like gummy bears. Is that gummy bear? Do you mind if I? Oh, I'm sorry. I don't take from pregnant women. I just. No, you said that kind of serious, actually. Do we get that on tape? Do we record that? For those in the back, she's like, "Those are mine!" All while rubbing her belly. I'll take one of those brown things, actually. Give me one of the brown things. Let's keep this moving right here. Have the whole thing. Now you're afraid of me. Okay. You people. Yes, it's grape flavored. Lesson learned. I'm glad I'm here, sincerely, I'm glad. I mean, except for that weird thing right there.
Well, that's very nice. That sounded almost like you've heard of me before. I appreciate it. This is a nice place, nice space you got here. Cool scene, huh? A balcony. Cool town you live in. It's my first time here. I saw there was down the street there was a New York style pizzeria, which is kind of a coincidence because I was in New York and there was a Provo style pizzeria. Am I pronouncing it correctly? Pizzeria? Is that how you say it? I'm curious about this crowd. A little survey by a round of applause. How many plan on partying all night long tonight by a round of applause? And how many want to be in bed by 11:30 by a round? I see. I get it. Those are the same people that got naps this afternoon, right? 2 naps, some of you. I got a little nap this afternoon I fell asleep watching a football game that I didn't care too much about. Now, you know how it is, we're watching a game. I was watching the game. One of the players was 6'1", 208 pounds, which is, it's exactly what I am. I had no idea I was in such great shape. I might try out for the Broncos next year or something like that.
I saw a moose. Have you seen him? I saw a moose in person. I mean, or in moose. I'm a person who saw a moose. And I tell you, I don't feel like I was ready. I don't know how big I thought a moose was gonna be, but I was way off. I was way off. It was huge. And I feel like I should have been warned. Like someone should have been like, you might see a moose, get ready. But my friend was like, you might see a moose, have fun. Like it was a butterfly or something. Hopefully you'll see a moose. So I was like in shock when I saw it. I was like, wow, whoa, are they shooting a Star Wars movie up here? How many people are in that moose costume? At least 3. It was huge. It was the size of like a transformer. It was gigantic. And then my friend was like, don't get close, it'll kill you. What? At that moment, I realized my moose knowledge didn't exist. I knew nothing about moose. Like my moose knowledge it comes from cartoons. In cartoons, moose are like, hey, how you doing? But in real life, they're like, I'm gonna kill you! How did that translate? Never hear moose in those animal songs, right? The cow goes moo, the cat goes meow, the moose goes, I'm gonna stomp you to death. Did you know that the plural of moose is Reginas? That surprised me. Wasn't ready for that.
I do belong to a gym somewhere. I'm pretty sure, not quite sure where it is. $16 keeps coming out of my checking account every month. I haven't really tracked it down yet, but I did used to belong to one gym where kind of one of the cool perks was that every month you got one free personal training session with one of their big trainers, which is cool because I don't know anything about working out. But it always would frustrate me because I would always get one of these huge hulking dudes who would never really convey how difficult it was, the exercise that they were gonna have you do. They would just kind of assume you were in fantastic shape. This dude would be like, all right, man, here's what you're gonna do. You're gonna come over, you're gonna sit down on this thing, you're gonna grab these 2 bars and just start pulling them into your chest. Just boom, 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 boom. Boom. See, it's like a metronome. I'm not even thinking about the boom. I'm just not even thinking about the breathing. I'm just thinking about the plates going up and boom, boom, boom. All right, man, you get down there, you throw down about 25 of those. I'm like, sweet, okay. So I get down, I grab, all right, that's, whew. Did you take the safety off on that? Because that's, It's not moving. I'll try to. Okay, so I get down. Okay. See, there was like a boom, but it was like here, and I don't want to press my luck on that. Maybe we'll just skip that for now. Where are the showers? Just out of curiosity, if you were to point in a direction, where?
So when I was a kid, it was this bear that would walk in the front door of my house. And as an adult, it was this jackal that would hover above my bed. Well, the sleepwalking got worse. Abby and I graduated from school and we moved to Brooklyn. We had a very small apartment, but it was comfy, you know. We had a big puffy couch and 2 cats, and we made our first major purchase. We bought a TiVo. And one night I had a dream that I was in the Olympics for some kind of arbitrary event like dustbustering. And they told me that I got 3rd place. And I stood up on the 3rd place podium, and I'm feeling pretty good about myself. I'm new to the sport, you know. Even in my dreams, I don't win, per se. In my wildest dreams, I place. And they say, actually, we reconsidered and we decided that you got 2nd place. And I move over to the 2nd place podium and it starts wobbling. And it's wobbling and wobbling. And I wake up and I'm falling off the top of our 5-foot bookcase in our living room. And I land on the floor hard on top of our TiVo. I know. And it breaks into pieces, and it was like one of these stories you hear where people black out drinking and they wake up in Idaho, they don't know where they are, they're just like, oh no! Hardee's, you know, or whatever's there. But it was in my own living room, I was just like, oh no! TiVo pieces. And I get up and I go back to bed, and Abby wakes me up in the morning and she says, Michael, what happened to the TiVo? And I say, I got 2nd place. And I'm really sorry.
You know where I really want to go visit? Cambodia. That's where I want to go, guys. That's where it's at, man. I mean, you know, I don't know where it's at, but this is where they had. This is a legit tourist attraction that you can do. You can shoot a rocket launcher at a cow. That's one of their options. Yeah, and if you're like, oh, I bet it's too pricey, well, you'd be wrong, all right? It's very reasonably priced. It's $400. That's not that bad of a deal to shoot a rocket launcher at a cow. And if you're like, what if we don't hit it? Is it even worth it? Yeah, it is, all right? They give you $200 back if you don't. No one hits it. Who's going to hit it? Who's going to just nail it on the first try and be like, I do this quite a bit at home? I love how they, like, how on earth would you come up with that price? That's what I always wanted to know there. Like, what were you gauging that off of that you thought 400 sounds good? Like, someone's like 700, they're like, I don't want to get greedy with it. I've been looking around, and you can fist fight a goat for $50 right next to us. So I think 400's competitive. I think that's a good... That would be an unbelievable way to hunt, though. A rocket launcher, you just shoot at the woods. You get all kinds of stuff. Deer, probably people, I don't know. Like, just shoot in an area.
Who do you see when you look in the mirror?
Someone who wants to make change in their community.
Who do you see when you look in the mirror?
Someone who's striving for more.
Who do you see when you look in the mirror?
Someone who is just getting started.
You have the power to create the change you want to see with Walden University. It's time to join more than 174,000 alumni making change happen. Walden University. Set a course for change. Visit waldenu.edu.
Discover credit cards automatically double all the cash back you earn at the end of your first year, which means...
Wait, hold up. Question for the audio engineer.
Go ahead.
Did I read that right? Discover automatically doubles all your cash back?
Yeah, that's what the script says.
So if I get a Discover card right now, I can earn twice the cash back.
Apparently. Wait! Unlimited first-year cash back match, only from Discover. See terms and learn more at discover.com/match.
Meet Joe A,
Hi.
Joe B,
Hello.
and Joe C.
What's up?
3 everyday Joes perfecting their banking with Chase. Joe A is locking his lost debit card with the Chase mobile app. Joe B is cruising toward his new ride with AutoSave. And Joe C's Chase banker is helping him budget to go back to school. Tools that help protect, support for what's next. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Messaging and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Yeah, I want to stay single for a while. I don't want to have kids right away. People have kids like way too fast. That is too much to deal with. No, when I do have kids though, I hope they come out British. Dude, how sweet would that be? Little British kids, you ever see them in the movies? So excited, everything they say sounds cool. They're like, hello, hello, I love you, daddy. I love you too, British kid. All right, nice. So fun. You can't be mad at your British kid. It's impossible. You have a regular kid, he's like, Dad, I wet my pants. You're like, shit. You have a British kid, he's like, Daddy, I went wee-wee in me britches. Like, what? That is awesome, British kid. Way to go, buddy. Way to go. Cheerio. Yeah, Cheerios. I love that cereal. Cheerios.
This is my job. I'm here. This is good. People always ask me the number one question as a comic. They go, "Is this your dream job? Huh? Telling jokes? Is this your dream job?" No. No. This is not my dream. My dream job would be like your dream job. My dream job would have benefits. They give you that little card. You can go to a hospital. Right? I don't have that here. If I fall off the stage and hit my head on your table, do you know what I have to help me get through that? Your laughter. Just sitting in the hotel going, he laughed pretty good. He laughed pretty good. That doesn't hurt, so. My dream job as a kid, I wanted to grow up be a professional wrestler, right? Like you see on TV. When I got older and I realized wrestling is fake. You always know who's gonna win in wrestling by the name of the wrestler. Even when I was a kid back in the day, they'd be like, in this corner, Randy Macho Man Savage versus Stuart Tinsel. Stuart's dead. Even Stuart's like, I was supposed to fight a guy named Lester. What happened to Lester?
But I started my Canadian tour in the Maritimes. I started in Halifax. I landed. The first thing I did is I ate a donair. And the second thing I did was have explosive diarrhea. I should have known something bad was coming. When I walked in, the guy was like, "You don't even look drunk." I'm not. Here you go. Did you know that Donair was started by a Turkish immigrant who moved to Halifax and wanted to open a toilet paper company? It's really a beautiful Canadian story. It really is. Those Donairs are amazing, you know, that's spicy meat with that sweet sauce, which I'm almost positive is just melted ice cream. I'll have a donair and make it cookies and cream. That donair meat, I still can't find out what it is. It's like, you know, Dancer and Prancer and Donair and Blitzen. But do you recall The most tasty diarrhea-causing meat of all. It's the donair. I'm convinced that the donair was just created so we can digest poutine. Right? Some guy went to the doctor. I had poutine a month ago. The doctor's like, I'm gonna prescribe you a donair. Think it'll work? I'm also gonna give you a prescription for a diaper. It's very important you put the diaper on before you eat the donair.
I like the emergency exit row. I like the extra leg room because I'm kind of tall, and I like the aisle seat if I can get that. And these days, the flight attendants give you that safety talk, and then everybody's got to give them a verbal response down the line. Everybody's got to go, yes, yes, yes. They got to hear everybody say that. And then they ask you if you have any questions. And I always ask the flight attendant a question because I take my role very seriously as an exit row occupant, so I always ask a question. Yeah, so we get to Denver. Say the pilot screws up real bad, right? And we come down way too hard, too fast. We hit the runway and the landing gear just snaps, right? The wheel just snaps off and the plane is just sliding down the runway and there's sparks and flames and smoke and it's pandemonium and people are screaming and it's chaos. And the plane starts to do like a cartwheel up in the air, right? And then it breaks into two parts. The part of the plane we're in comes to rest like over in the weeds, I guess. And I look at that guy there in the window seat, that guy, yeah, he's dead. Yeah, but he's not only dead, he's in the way. What do I do with his dead body? What do I do with his dead body? What's the proper procedure? Do I eject it out the exit? Or do I just leave his body there to be trampled? What's the proper procedure? What's your name? Bob. Bob, do you have a preference? You want to be trampled? Trampled or ejected? How about this? How about I try to stuff Bob's dead body in the overhead compartment? I think I get it up there. He's a big guy, but I think I can get it up. Maybe the middle seat guy. Will you help me stuff Big Bob's dead body in the overhead compartment? I need a verbal response.
It's crazy. I can't even watch the news anymore. I'm not very political as a comedian. I've always thought, whether you like him or not, I think George Bush seems like a nice guy. But at this point in the war, it's kind of like when your dad decides he's going to build a deck. But he doesn't know how to build a deck. And you're like, well, we love him or whatever. Give him the benefit of the doubt. But then 4 years later, there's like this atrocity of duct tape and 2x4s hanging off the back of the house. And he's like, I'm just finishing up the deck. And you're like, that doesn't look a lot like a deck, Dad. And he's like, deck accomplished. I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure deck is accomplished, Dad. Because the wood has split into 3 sections. And he's not good at his job or whatever. Like the president, like it doesn't matter what party you're in. It's just like he's just not good at it. Or he's like it's like if you had a boss and everyone's just like, I don't know if he should do this anymore, and people don't like him. Some people would say that someone's gonna kill him, and I was like, well, I don't think that someone should kill him. No, you couldn't shoot the president, and I'll tell you why. Because if you did, he wouldn't admit that it happened. He'd be like, you probably thought you shot me. Shoot me once, shame on you. Shoot me twice, you can't shoot the shooter. That's what he does when he doesn't understand stuff. He just goes, everyone's like, he gets it. But he doesn't, and that's why we're all gonna die. I know, it's disturbing, but And the thing that actually upsets me most about this group of people in charge is that they say if you don't support the war, you don't support the troops. And it's just a lie. It's just not true, because I love the troops. I love the troops because, yeah, of course, they're the best asset we have. And if they weren't the troops, I would be the troops, and I would be the worst troops. I'd be like, you expect me to carry a gun this heavy and run away screaming? That literally happened. I did a USO tour a few years ago, and they handed me one of their guns, and I fell onto the ground. A few years ago, I performed for the troops, and I signed autographs for people who had been gone from America so long they didn't realize that I'm not famous. And it was very awkward because they'd be like, "Where do I know you from?" And I was like, "Are you from Shrewsbury?" Because I was backup right field for Economy Paint Supply. I don't know if that rings a bell.
I went to community college for 1 year. Dude, yeah, a couple of us, just me and this guy. Did you go for longer than a year? Or 1 year too? Or did you go to real college? Couple years. Oh, all right. Valedictorian over here, gee. Just, I made it one, and what's even more embarrassing that I do not have a credit. Literally, I have 0 credits. Do you have credits? You got credits, like all of them? Did you graduate community college? You think you're better than me? No, I just started the day. He's like, I don't know. It's easy, I think, to graduate. Like, my loan was $40. I just paid cash. That's all. I was like, this is good. He was like, that's more than enough. I was all remedial classes. Which remedial, it's like, they don't count. None of them count. So all my classes were outside. Everyone was outside. We wouldn't even meet inside the building. We would just meet at a picnic table outside because our teacher was like, well, you guys will all be working outside. We're going to teach you about weather, And we're going to teach you about morning dew, how to get your socks wet. You'll be getting up pretty early the rest of your life. I hope you guys like sunrises because you're going to see a lot of them. That's what remedial classes are for. They're a heads up that you're going to do manual labor. The assignments, our teachers like, all right, so today's assignment is we're going to help me move. So I think that's the requirements for community college is like, you got to have a car and live in your parents' house still. Or your kids move out of your house. That's the other thing. Kids, it's just in remedial too. It's I'm just with old people that are I don't know. They're you're mad at them because they're asking all these questions. You're like, quit asking questions, all right? I'm trying to do what you did when you were 18. So don't come ruin it for me.
Success is picking up extra shifts, but now you want to be the boss. Success is getting your foot in the door, but now you want to take the next step. Success looks different to everyone. And for more than 75 years, University of Maryland Global Campus has helped working adults like you succeed again. Choose from more than 125 degree and certificate programs with online and hybrid courses. Apply now with no application fee and get started August 16th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate by Chev.
All right, Guardians. Let them know we're coming.
Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 is now streaming on Disney+.
Let's give them something to remember us by.
I'm Groot.
Groot. Not like that.
Critics agree it's laugh out loud funny, and it only gets better when you watch it again.
You're all just making up stuff that he's saying, right?
Seems intuitive.
Oh, please.
The trilogy is now complete. Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, rated PG-13, may be inappropriate for children under 13. Now streaming only on Disney+.
Ay, mija, abuelita's on her way and I still need to shop for the party.
No worries. Let's order Instacart.
Instacart?
Sí, Emma. We can order groceries and more online and get everything delivered in as fast as an hour.
Everything for dinner? Carne, tortillas, limas, plátanos.
Claro. Anything else?
Just make sure the plátanos are ripe.
Get groceries delivered same day with Instacart so you have more time for family. Visit instacart.com to get free delivery on your first order. Offer valid for a limited time. Minimum order $10. Additional terms apply.
You guys remember Ed McMahon and the Prize Patrol? Remember they used to they'd give somebody a check for $10 million in the suburbs, and they're always in the suburbs. Never came to the hood. Always in the suburbs, right? And they give the people a check, and the people be like, oh, great, I'm gonna put this with the rest. They always the same thing, too. First, they walk